I said, no, it's still within the motor plan. I took it to Porsche, they fixed it and it needed more than 30,000 rand. I said, yes, but it's within a motor plan, it doesn't complete at 100,000. They said, no. Porsche is not how it works. The motor plan doesn't go with the car, it goes with the owner. This car you bought, it's yours. You have to find a way of paying. I then went to BMW and said, but you didn't tell me that because this thing doesn't reach 100, I don't even get the motor plan. Now they say I must pay this thing, but you didn't tell me. And then he tried to speak to them and the Porsche didn't agree. He then said to me, you know what? This Porsche is an expensive car. It's still going to give you challenges maybe here and there. Rather leave this thing. Go down there in the basement, look at the bigger cars, X5, X6, whatever that you may like to the price range. Then I went down and I looked and I chose one X6 within the price. It also had more than 80,000 kilometers. When a car is at that level, it's affordable. I chose that X6. Now, as I was driving this car, both cars, as I was just driving it and then from there change to X6. Now they see different kilometer claims that I'm submitting. One moment is Porsche, one moment is this. Then they charged me for fraudulent kilometer claim. They said, I said I was driving a Porsche, but I was driving an X6. And then they charged me for that. Then the magistrate asked a question and say, all right, say you're charging this man for driving an X6, but he claimed for the X6 instead of for the Porsche Cayenne. Then he said, okay, which one has got a bigger engine capacity? Only to find out the Porsche Cayenne was a 5-liter, and then the X6 was a lower, it was a 3.5 liter. Then the magistrate said, so you're charging him.
Ukuxolisa kwami ukuthi kulungiswe isimo kuwe phambili but kuzongihlula ukuxolisa ngingaxoleka hamba abanye ngeke bese ba-attend ngisho umngcwabo uhambe
usakholelwa.
And they couldn't answer. Then the magistrate asked the prosecutor and say, why did you charge this man? The prosecutor says, into the court record, that record is still there. He says, I know there's no case and there was no case, but I was instructed to put the matter in the court roll. Now, that's how the magistrate said, you are released. Then that's how I was acquitted in that case. That's the fraudulent kilometer claim issue. So it's one of those cases. Now, I have to go to allegations of high treason.
Before that, General, I think under this topic, there's information that I think is important to put on record for completeness of what you are explaining. At paragraph 39, you speak about this from paragraph 38 up to 41. In paragraph 39, you do state that these charges that were finally brought against you were a product of a complaint or allegations by somebody. Maybe you need to put that on record. Paragraph 39?
Despite this, a criminal docket for fraud and corruption was later opened against me in March 2015 based on allegations made by Mr. Imran Bhatt, an individual implicated in organized crime and human trafficking, whom I have previously investigated while serving as head office of the Hawks in Gauteng.
So this person, Imran Bhatt, is a civilian, or is? And then in paragraph 40, you say what period these allegations or this story about fraudulent travel claims relate to. Maybe you should put that on record, what period we are talking about. You do say in the first line.
I said, additionally, in February 2016,
yes,
I was arrested and charged with 5 counts of fraud. The charges were premised on the above fraud and corruption docket, as well as claims that I had corruptly acquired a BMW and had submitted fraudulent travel and petrol claims.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Unless you think the rest of it is important, you want to put it on record, but I just wanted the date to be on record.
Yes, and it also reminded me of the fact that they were actually alleging that this car was actually bought for me by a person who was supposed to have been charged for poaching. They said the money was paid by someone for me to buy this car. They then went, crime intelligence went to BMW. I've got a whole file where they went and obtained statement to check how I procured or how I purchased the car. They found that from day one, I applied for finance. I paid the car, no deposit was ever paid, no any other money paid into the bank or BMW. I've been paying for this car until I changed it. So that is one of the key things that I wanted to mention. The same applies to what I'm going through is just history repeating itself, because I'll be taking the commissioners through and say, as I'm taking to you, as they say, they will talk about the 2 million here. Let's look at all the bonds that I have, and you tell me where there's 2 million paid where. So I just want to go step by step.
No, General, I know that I interrupted you. You were moving to discuss high treason and espionage allegations against you. I just wanted.
Make everyday life a little easier with a Willowbrook Riser Recliner. Whether you're reading a book, charging your devices, or watching TV, you can do it all with maximum comfort and without moving an inch. Then turn on the massage system and feel the stress.
April 2016. The report allegedly implicated me, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, Mr. Robert McBride, Ms. Candice Coutier, and other unidentified persons said to be associated with AfriForum and the Democratic Alliance. The intelligence report concerned was highly questionable. Now, according to General Mukotedi, a meeting allegedly took place on the 3rd of December 2016 at a property previously owned by a convicted criminal, during which it was purported discussed that certain senior officials and individuals supportive of the former President Jacob Zuma would be targeted through false criminal investigations and a coordinated media campaign designed to discredit them. It was further alleged that pressure would be placed on politicians to remove certain senior officials from office. That damaging information concerning President Zuma's son would be used to mobilize public pressure, and that these actions would culminate in an Arab Spring type uprising intended to destabilize the country and force the resignation of President Zuma. On this basis, General Mukodedi concluded that these alleged plans constituted high treason and espionage. Now, I just want to say, and I was labeled to be a member of the Gestapo gang at that time, because it was somewhere in the statement that I'm a Gestapo gang member, and we are involved in treason and so those were the small charges that were brought in. At this present moment, same modus operandi, I'm a Big Five or member of the Big Five. I just want to remind the commissioners constantly that I went through this from intelligence, these allegations, this modus operandi, same allegations, same way. So I'll continue. To substantiate this, is paragraph 44.
Paragraph 44, yes.
To substantiate these claims, General Mukotedi relied on the same purported intelligence report to allege, among other things, that plans existed to assassinate senior police officials, including General Ndlemeza, using foreign nationals who would then flee the country. These allegations were said to have resulted in security threat assessment and the provisions of VIP protection to certain individuals. It was also alleged that President Zuma and his son were deliberately included as targets in order to secure political backing for the arrest and prosecution of myself and others on charges of including high treason. The allegations contained in General Mukoteri's statement were demonstrably false, inherently implausible. The intelligence report upon which he relied was unsigned, lacked any indication that it was authorized or approved by the management of crime intelligence, and did not bear the hallmarks of an authentic intelligence project. If it did emanate from crime intelligence, it could only have been generated for improper and ulterior purposes, as none of allegations contained therein were true or supported by any evidence. Portions of the report further contained patently absurd claims, including allegations of widespread corruption and abuse of statutory powers and organized criminal conduct by senior officials, and none of which were ever substantiated. Paragraph 47. In total, more than 20 criminal cases were opened against me by a task team established under General Ntlemeza and Crime Intelligence, forming part of unsubstantiated and focused campaign to have me arrested, removed from office, and publicly discredited.
If you're living with diabetes, then pay careful attention. With All Life, you could get up to 10 million Rand life cover. It's life cover designed as aged 18 to 74 living with diabetes. Cover starts immediately and your confidentiality is guaranteed. Up to 10 million Rand life cover from All Life for people living with diabetes.
Being directed at me. Now, Chair, exactly what I read. We must take everything that I read here. And if we were to put a table and divide it into two, these allegations make the modus operandi the same way. And you put it on the left, on the right hand side, it's the same thing. Then comes the press conference, but of importance that I want to mention. There was a march that was planned in KZN. There was a march that was planned in KZN by why they were arrested. Even now, I do know it was mostly mentioned about the employment of a brigadier, but apparently there are many other charges as the reports of the IGI. But what concerns me the most, Chair, is the fact that there was a march that was planned in KZN by MK Party. And MK Party, they were saying the march is about the fight in general, the fight against crime in general, and also crime against women, GB violence, and then also in support of General Mkhwanazi. Then the National Commissioner, General Masemola, calls me and he sends me to KZ and he says to me, I want you to go and receive the memorandum there. He calls me to his office. I said, okay, I will go because he's a National Commissioner and I'm a Deputy National Commissioner. I can't say no. He relies on us. I said, I will go. But he knew and understand the relationship that I have with General Mkhwanazi, that the relationship is not well at all. But he sends me there to KZN to go and receive the memorandum. So now, I then said, okay, let me organize protection for myself. I asked for 4 members of Special Task Force and NIU, and I said I will live here with them to the airport. I was expected to be on stage at 10 o'clock. I will leave with there in the morning. I'm not going to sleep there. I'll leave here in the morning. And then when we get there, we'll be waiting somewhere at the hotel. And then from there, just 1 minute to 10, I will be on stage. And then I'll receive the memorandum. And then I'll just tell them that the memorandum is well received and that I will pass it to the seniors. Thank you very much, and leave. Then the spokesperson came and said, National Commissioner, but why this drama? Why do you send General Sibiya there when you know that General Sibiya's relationship with General Mkhwanazi is not so well? And then because now you're creating an unnecessary drama, and the National Commissioner listened to the spokesperson. He then said, no, it's okay, you don't have to go. Then the march was cancelled. But it was MK party that was marching there. Now,
General, when was this?
It was sometimes last year. Just that march is there. There's a record. I'll get the date. I've got paperwork in my.
It was after the press conference of July 6th.
I think so. It was after the press conference.
Yep.
Now, I just don't want to lose my trail of thought, because if I begin to think of the date, I'll provide paperwork. I have it. The National Commissioners, then the march was cancelled. Now, as the march was cancelled, MK party is the one now that goes and open a criminal case against me and the minister for defeating the ends of justice in relation.
Car won't start. No good morning.
She never says good morning.
Client meeting. Can you dial in?
Tell me, when last did you service this car?
Can you make it cover me empty beam? Champagne emoji. Clinky. Jim, tonight, tell me.
We got you. Because we get you. With 24/7 assistance from First for Women. Her first, then her everything.
Thank you.
Still no good money.
And that committee is made up of multiple parties.
I
not
know.
just the MK party.
I know, but I raised that concern only specifically in relation to the MK, because there was a Honorable Skwasana there, who is the one who went and opened the case against me. I said, but do I have to stand before him now and account before him? Because all I was being asked was humiliating questions. I was being humiliated publicly, undermined throughout, even after I testified. Every witness that came, you listen to the MK party, how they are humiliating me, how they are speaking down upon me. Not only them though, but even when a question doesn't need Sibiya, they will say, you're speaking like Sibiya, or there was one general here who came here, he said 1, 2, 3, 4. Even it's a different witness, but I was the one that is being attacked the most. Now, I was just raising this point of the MK party issue now. Now, MK opened a case against me. The same MK statement is being used by a Brigadier Kunena to apply for a search warrant when my house was raided. The same MK is the one that also came and marched against me at head office. As I'm sitting in the office, you hear people toying in the street. It's MK party. And then you get TikTok messages that say, you touch Mkhwanazi, you touch us, you'll see another July unrest you've never had. There were such messages that will come. Now, here I'm sitting with a situation where I'm being tackled politically as well. As much as there are allegations on the 121 dockers, but there's so much pressure mounting on me, being pushed out of office when I've done nothing wrong. So now, let me pause so that I don't go deeper. But I want to say, Chair, let me put this once and for all at rest. Who fired me when we were all removed? It was Minister Nhleko, who is now the MK party. I don't know his rank there, his level there. It was the President Zuma who was there. Now, all of a sudden, you also get the leg that comes from city of Joburg. General Mkhwanazi was advised to go to the city of Joburg and also go collect some information on me. Who is the chief whip in MK party? Miss Colleen Makubele, who was the speaker in parliament, in city of Joburg. Now, General Mkhwanazi goes there, speak to a gentleman whom we investigated in different cases, and they then caused this member to make a statement. I don't want to say a derogatory statement, but it was a statement where you see this man is clearly undermining you and speaking ill of me in all respect, belittling me the possible way he can. Now, he says that I'm here to support General Mkhwanazi. He came to see me. And he also acknowledged that I have got a personal relationship with Colleen Makubele, Miss Colleen Makubele in MK party. Now, to me, this whole thing is political still. Let me proceed. I just wanted to put that part.
Thanks. You're
So
at
that it remains.
You're at paragraph 49, the public protector investigation.
Public protector investigation.
Maybe before you do that, just so that things are not left hanging, are you going to come? Maybe let me ask first this question. You've described what you say is the role of the MK party. Is that what you were referring to much earlier in your statement when you spoke about continuing political interference?
Yes.
Or are you still going to be saying more? That's what you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Kira?
Thank you very much. Because this is what I'm going through, and then now, I don't know whether to bring this point at this point in time or at a much later stage, but what worries me is that, you see, when you look at all the provincial commissioners, no one you will see on social media. No one is being spoken about on social media. They don't have followers because you are not allowed to be on social media as policemen. But you've got this one provincial commissioner who's on social media every day. Now, you've got political parties fighting to have him. He's supported by MK. Then you also have, I spoke to one MMC who was asking me, what is going on? Allow me not to mention the name, Chair. He was asking me, what is going on in this thing? We want to understand this thing. And I said, I explained, and he said, you know what, the problem is that even though we see what is happening, the problem is that in case that then when you get heard speaking against Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi, then you see people beginning to have some cliques and distancing themselves from the party. Now, we've got now this person who's got social media following, a lot of them. I'm told that there are many thousand accounts on social media. Now, you've got...
Does General Mkhwanazi have his own accounts, social media accounts, or does he have a presence on social media through posts by other people?
Commissioner,
because if it's the latter, you cannot expect him to have control over that.
Commissioner, I must say, directly or indirectly, there's no way he's not involved. For simple reasons.
No, can you answer, does he have his own social media accounts? Yes or no?
I don't know about that, Commissioner.
So I'm not sure that it's fair then to make the point that you appear to be trying to make. Because he has no control over what other people post about him.
May I respond, Commissioner?
Yes, please.
Commissioner, I'm responding to you, not in argument, but I want to ask the Commissioner to please bear with me. Let me put my point, and I do know, Commissioner, that I'm putting it with respect. And where the Commissioner says to me, but I don't agree with you, I will then keep quiet. Commissioner, if this is the case that he does not have control over what people say about him,
I don't know. I'm just asking. Yeah.
Yes, I'm responding to Commissioner.
Yes.
It cannot be that it is only about General Mkhwanazi, not any other provincial commissioners, because many commissioners, if you ask them who's the provincial commissioner of Northern Cape, people won't know. But what I want to say is that all the pictures, all the photos, whether it's camouflage, whether in everything that is happening on a daily basis about General Mkhwanazi is on social media. And then when you say something here, when I sit here and say something, whether it was on radio or on TV or an interview, whatever, the many attacks that I get, it's a lot coming from the same direction. And then the excuse that says, I'm not on social media and I'm not the one and I'm not responsible, I don't agree with that notion. But I can leave it there, Commissioner. This is where I will leave it. But what I want to say is that social media has been...
Sorry, just before you go on, I just want to clarify this, because what you're saying, you are, in response to the chair's question, you're saying that you don't agree, but you're speculating that there's something more to it, that the social media posts, the numerous posts on social media that are in favor of General Mkhwanazi and against you is orchestrated somehow. But you are speculating.
No, I'm not speculating.
You have evidence.
Well, let's take yesterday. What happened yesterday? There was a Mr. Mutibedi who was talking about the involvement of the PKTT that harassed him, that planned to kill him, that searched him with a fraudulent search warrant. This whole thing is now all over social media. His explanation, everything about him gets immediate attention.
Do you want to go there? Because I saw that in the news, and my understanding is that there's either litigation or threatened litigation that relates to that. Do you want to go there?
I will stop, Commissioner.
Perhaps to go back to Ms. Hassim's question. As I understand it, what she's asking is, you've said that that all these favorable social media activity in favor of General Mkhwanazi, there's something going on there. And Ms. Hassim was really asking you, do you have facts or evidence in support of what you're saying, or you're speculating that General Mkhwanazi may have something to do with it? And I haven't heard you answer that direct question.
It's just that, Chair, I know I'm not speculating. It is the case. But the simple question is, do you have the account name? Do you have the account number? Do you know this? I won't have it. I don't have it. But why I'm saying that, I have been given names to say, this person who's responsible for General Mkhwanazi's social media are the following, or is this one. I have that name, but up until I also have evidence or proof, I cannot sit here and say, here is this name. But I do have it.
I think the point lies in the last thing that you say, that you don't yet, at least, I'm happy to put in the word yet, you don't yet have proof of what you have been told by somebody, that there is this person who's in charge of that account. You don't have proof, and I think you've just said that right at the end.
Let me accept that point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe before you go further, let me ask another question, which was a clarification question. You said that earlier on, you said General Mkhwanazi was advised to go to City of Joburg to get information about me. When you say, and that's where you left it, do you know for a fact, and are you able to give a name who advised him, one, and two, what was the information that he was advised to go and get about you?
Reading from the statement of, and I'm sure if commissioners will listen to Mesuli Mlandu's testimony at the ad hoc committee, he did mention where he spoke specifically about General Mkhwanazi coming to see him, and also the fact that he's got a relationship with Ms. Colleen Makubele. And to me, what a coincidence that now, all of a sudden, because there's also Ms. Colleen Makubele there, now the City of Joburg's some issue also is being brought into the fore.
Yeah, General, can I just stop you there? You've said that this witness from City of Joburg, in his statement, he says that General Mkhwanazi came to see him. That answers part of what I wanted I was asking for clarification on. The earlier part of it is where you say he was advised. And my question is, you know for a fact that he was advised, and by whom? If you could just answer that part.
I think when you listen to Mesuli Mlandu talking and say that General Mkhwanazi contacted me and came to see me, logically speaking, tells me that he cannot wake up one day and also then go to the City of Joburg and go and look for information about General Sibiya, and when in fact already Mesuli Mlandu said, I've got a personal relationship with Colleen Makubela, and that I'm doing this in support of General Mkhwanazi because he came to see me about it. So if maybe my answer is not sufficient, Chair, I will leave it at that as well.
No, I accept that is your answer. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Sim.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloy. I think I'll leave that there as well. If we can move on if there aren't any further questions from the bench. General Sibiya, let's get back to your statement. You were at paragraph 49.
49, the public protector investigation.
Yes.
On the 8th of March 2018, a complaint was lodged with the then public protector when I was now working at the City of Joburg, Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane, requesting an investigation into, inter alia, whether the establishment of the Group Forensic Investigation Service and my subsequent appointment as its executive head by the City of Joburg were improper and irregular. Advocate Mkhwebane indeed investigated the allegations contained in the aforesaid complaint, and on 18 December 2020, Advocate Mkhwebane published a report number 21 of 2020-2021 titled Report on an Investigation into Allegations of Maladministration relating to irregular appointment, irregular salary increase, financial mismanagement, procurement irregularities, and conflict of interest in the City of Joburg. In the public protector report, Advocate Mkhwebane found that the allegations regarding the establishment of the Group Forensic Investigation Service and my subsequent appointment as its executive head by COG were not substantiated. She further held that both my appointment and the grading of my remuneration, regrading of my remuneration were in compliance with the applicable legal framework of COJ, and that on the evidence available to her, she concluded that there was no justifiable basis either in law or in the fact, to impugn the process followed by COJ in appointing me and subsequently adjusting my...
Work today is broken. We're all working in too many disconnected apps, and it's killing team productivity. But for the first time, there's a platform that fixes it by combining everything you need. Projects, chat, and knowledge in one place. It's all powered by the world's most complete work AI, so you can find answers from anywhere and get work done faster. Introducing ClickUp, the everything app for work.
Individuals, in terms of anything they wanted to know. Now, later you get to hear that because we were cleared, it was not only myself, there were a lot of other people. It was a big report that found others wanting in others. They said, no, this one is okay, it's cleared. And then we were happy that, okay, that part has been put to bed. So accordingly, Advocate Mkhwebane determined that the conduct of COJ did not amount to improper conduct or as contemplated in Section 182, subsection 1A of the Constitution, nor to maladministration as envisaged in Section 6, subsection 4 of the Public Protector Act. To avoid prolixity, I attach here to marked SS2 the relevant portions of the Public Protector report for ease of reference. Can I go to 53? Yes. Notwithstanding that Public Protector report exonerated both myself and COJ of any wrongdoing in relation to my appointment, Al-Jama Tapelo Ahmad nevertheless persisted in publishing statements impugning the legitimacy of my appointment and alleging inter alia that I was incapable of, unfit to hold the position of head of group forensics, was politically compromised, and that my independence, impartiality, and credibility had been impeded as a result thereof. Unlawfully procured spying equipment, which I utilized to spy on councillors that were not affiliated to the DA, and in so doing, that I had committed various crimes. Now, accordingly, in and around June 2022, I launched an urgent application in the Johannesburg High Court against Ahmad and Al-Jama, in terms of which I sought protection against Ahmad's ongoing and anticipated unlawful and defamatory statement and publication, some of which were issued on the eve of my urgent application. The court held that statements made by Ahmad were not only de facto defamatory, but were patently false. Additionally, the statements were not benevolent statements made for the public's interest or the sake of their interest, but were inappropriate as well as exploitative and purely derogatory in nature. The court was of the view that I had, through my counsel, provided ample factual evidence that demonstrated the patently false nature of the statement. My application was thus granted with cause. Ahmad and Al-Jama noted an appeal against the court's decision. However, the appeal was dismissed. The effect of the dismissal in that the original judgment stands in full force and remains binding, thereby confirming finding of defamation against me. Now, the city of Joburg is political parties. If other political parties attack the mayor for being a mayor in a political party and they use a particular approach to say he implemented this, he appointed this one illegally, this is what was happening in the city of Joburg. But safe to say that, firstly, Chair, what I want to talk about the issue of Al-Jama or the issue of the procurement of the spying equipment. It is very much important that I put it, because this thing was reported to the Public Protector, reported to the Inspector General of Intelligence, who referred it to the SSA as it is their mandate, also investigated by the Hawks, and then also by other private companies that were investigated. SSA are the ones who's got the mandate, and they even wrote a letter that says we are the ones who will be able to tell you whether this is a spying equipment or not. They went through that. They came to the office, Hawks, public protector. They also came, SSA. They went through the equipment. And they went through the war room that we built. Now, allow me, Chair, to just give you why we had to procure such. I'm a trained investigator and a well-experienced investigator in the field of investigation. Where I grew up in the investigation company, we had the Scorpions, they had what we call the Crime Information Collection Unit. We, at the DPCI, as we speak, they've got what we call the PCMC, Priority Crime Investigation Management Section, where you've got your analysts, where each and every docket that is being opened is also analyzed, so that you can see whether you can connect this person, modus operandi, or... Now, in the city of Joburg, the city's got something like, I don't know, I can't remember whether it's 13 entities, but also departments, but another one is 20 or another one is 13. But what is important is that there's so much crime committed in the cities, different cities. There's so much corruption. There's so much theft committed in every space. In other instances, you find that at revenue services, where people pay electricity, you find that you've got people that are touters. You find many people roaming around there. When you come to pay, they'll say to you, the queue is long. Let us see how best we can assist you. Let us do this, and then we can get your account also maybe a discount. They work with certain individuals inside. Now, you need to know if you are group forensics. To start with, I'm the one who established Group Forensics and Investigation Service. It was for that reason that I was employed as well, and say, we want to establish this crime fighting machinery, and I am the one who established it. Now, I say we are here working for the city, and we say we are a world-class city. I need to know, we've got hijacked properties in the city of Joburg. Do we know, as the city of Joburg, how many buildings are hijacked? Who are their owners? I need a system that will capture that part. Now, do we know which department in the city or entity where the city is losing more money and why? We need the entities and to see how they're losing money and what crimes are being committed in different environments. Now, we also have situations where each and every now and then you get a call that says, I suspect my office is bugged. I need someone to come and sweep this office. Now, all right, to do that, state security cannot be every day in the city of Joburg and various other municipalities. Now, what the state security did, they trained each and every department of government, even in the municipalities, they will train what we call a security manager, who has done information information management, MIS document, a minimum information security standard document that you will implement. Whether you're talking about document security, about information security, physical security, all those things. Now, in my case, I say, all right, now we've got a lot of theft of laptops, theft of city assets. Now, I said, let's go and do a benchmarking. We went to the Hawks, we went to the banks, we went to Protea Coin, we went to, but we went to 5 different departments to see how best can we have a war room with screens. You've got one car that pours petrol 5 times in a day. Where does the petrol go? You've got one car
General,
that every second...
Sorry to do this. You're giving a lot of examples to explain the picture, but I think you need to now get to the point of what you're trying to say.
Chair, in all fairness, this is a burning issue at the city of Joburg. And every now and then I'm being accused of having procured the spying equipment. And I'm trying to give a background of all the things that led to me. I wanted the chair, and I want the public, and I want the city to know that it was not spying equipment. It was equipment that should monitor what is happening, all the crimes that is committed in the city of Joburg. It was the equipment that says, if you have this case and this case, it's garbage in, garbage out. Once you put information in this computer, it must tell you that this case relates to that case and that case and that case. Or once you put this name here, this person is involved in that crime and that crime and that crime, and in this department, this car is the one that is pouring petrol 10 times in a day or what. Now, even other cities were benchmarking from the city of Joburg, because we were trying to make sure that we fight crime in totality. And as I was giving you about the backing of the offices and everything, is that the city was also losing more money. In a sense that every now and then when a new MMC or a city manager or executive director wants to say, my office is, I suspect, is packed or something is happening in my office, come in. Now you have to employ a private company, you pay 35,000 to 40,000 rand every now and then. Then we say, but the city is losing a lot of money. This equipment, then we have an engagement with state security that it is this security that this device that you check whether there is any listening device, is there any bomb, now that the city can own. Now we ask state security to say, this you can have, this can have, this can have, this can have, and they have people they trained. Now we had that. Now, those were the equipment procured. And then those equipment were not procured by myself. There's a committee that deals with finances. It must go through the process, even the city manager. But worst of all, the person who signed, I've got documentation, who signed for the procurement of those things is the wife of the city manager, who is the one who turns in turn and says, I procure spying equipment. And she's the one who procured and who signed.
But who suggested the purchase? Was it not you after that benchmarking exercise you referred to?
I suggested, in my case, I'm building capacity for the city to be a world-class city. I copycat like what the DPCI has to say, we have this environment, now we need to make sure that we know what is happening. Every case that we have, we need to know that this case is not, we're not dealing with a syndicate or we're dealing with an individual case. That is the basis for which we had to procure such. It was just a crime-fighting machinery, nothing to do with spying. But of importance, the state security said there's no spying equipment. They keep on talking about the grabber. There was no grabber ever procured anywhere. And even now, there's no grabber, even in the paperwork.
What capabilities did the machinery have?
The state security is said is just I wanted to use the exact word in the report, Chair. But what
no. You say you recommended the purchase of the machinery. I'm asking you what the capabilities of the machinery were or are.
It was
that does not require the report.
Yeah, it was just a preventative measures to see that you are not being listened to, or you are not, or there is maybe others. It was cameras and video cameras. It's just a lot of equipment that we needed. But
for example, I'm thinking, why would CCTV cameras not have been sufficient? Why this machinery? That's why I want to understand the special capabilities.
A CCTV camera, Chair, most of the CCTV cameras, you find that they've been disabled or they don't work. And then in your own office, as a city manager or as mayor or whoever, you won't have cameras all the time in your office, but you suspect that there are things planted in your office. But it was just a counter of such things and within the law. And the SSA even said it cannot even be repurposed to be a listening device or a spying equipment. So we were happy that we were cleared. Even the DPCI.
Perhaps, no, before you get to being cleared, I still want to understand how it worked. in order for me to understand why you are saying it was not a spying device. How exactly would it assist you in curbing crime or stopping the commission of crime?
May the chair repeat the question? I heard what the chair is saying, but I was just trying to also think, in my mind, I was trying to see if I can get that SSA document.
You see what I'm trying to get at is, would you plant something in someone's office to be able to see who they meet with and for what purpose? Or how exactly would this machinery assist you? Because if you would plant it in people's offices, then obviously it would be a spying device.
No, we're not planting anything in anybody's office.
What did you do with the machinery then? That's what I'm trying to understand. How did it work?
Chair, we are talking about the equipments that are within group forensics, that should the chair says, can you please come and sweep the where there's going to be a council meeting, and then they sweep the council meeting. Mostly we have to call SSA, or we could do it ourselves, because these are people who once worked at the SSA, who worked there as well, who were trained to use such equipment. So the capability was that they were all preventative measures, not spying devices. It's not something that can spy you.
So the equipment, to just follow on from what the chair posed to you, you're saying the equipment that was purchased was equipment that permitted you, as the city, without outsourcing it to private companies, to do sweeps in order to check for interception devices. And that's the only type of equipment that was purchased.
I don't say that's the only type. There were a lot of equipment.
There was other equipment.
Yes, but
and
those
what equipment was that? You mentioned cameras, I thought. What type of cameras?
I need to be assisted to get to the list, to the state security reports, because I don't want...
Well, General, whilst you are being assisted, perhaps let's take the adjournment at this stage and resume at 11:20. Let's adjourn.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, the witness was looking for annexure SS25. Commissioners, you'll find that in your bundle at file 3 of 10, page 430.
Okay,
SS25.
Ms. Hassim, good morning, General. Can I also ask him to look at file 2A, I think, on page 755? Because there was a question that Chair asked, I think maybe it may be answered with reference to that document.
2A page?
Page 7.
2A, page 755.
Do you mind assisting the witness? Thank you.
General, you will recall that Chair said you don't need an SSA report to tell you what the document is because you are the one who suggested that it be purchased. Do you remember that discussion with Chair?
I do, Chair.
Yes. Now, you were responding to that question, and I believe the last question was whether this equipment was buying equipment. So have a look at page 755 to, I think it's 758. And just clarify for us whether that is the equipment that was purchased.
We all live busy and active lifestyles, and we don't want muscular and body pain interrupting our day. Try Transact, South Africa's #1 pain relief patch. It effectively treats 8 common types of body pain. Get 12 hours of uninterrupted relief with Transact.
See that on page 755, there's the address and the addressee, and then there are salutations, and then the first paragraph. Just read the last sentence of the second paragraph.
That says the equipment inspected by
the last sentence of that paragraph.
Here with the report on each piece of equipment.
No, General, the paragraph you were reading, it says the equipment cannot.
It says the equipment cannot be used for spying purposes and does not have the capability to be applied as spying equipment.
But since you've said this was part of it, not all of it, maybe you can then move to the next part of the question.
What I think, should I move away completely from this, Chair? But what I wanted to have into the record, Chair, is this letter of SSA is only 2 pages, but 1.5. I won't read all of them, but most importantly, the paragraphs that I think are most relevant.
That's SS25.
Can I proceed, Chair?
Yes, General.
Paragraph number 2 says, please be informed that the SSA did conduct an inspection, analysis, and test of the equipment that was procured by GVs in order to determine whether it is defensive or offensive. In light of the above inspection and analysis of the instrument and equipment which the GVs is in possession of as per the invoice received from suppliers, the SSA can confirm the following. The instrument in question are technical surveillance countermeasures equipment. TSCM equipment is utilized for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive or collection functions. It is not intelligence gathering equipment as alleged. A private company conducted training of COJ functionaries in the utilization of the equipment independently without any sanction or involvement of the SSA. The SSA did not provide the manuals referred to in the letter. The manuals are documents that are freely available on the internet and can be accessed by any individual at the following website, and they give the website. The other equipment of interest that was found in the COJ's war room during inspection is a digital forensic equipment. Digital forensic equipment is the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically and stored on computer media and is governed by Electronic Communications and Transaction Act 25 of 2002 and does not fall within the domain of intelligence service laws. It is normally utilized during criminal investigations. In light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude that there was no contravention of its governing legislation as alleged in the letter. That's what I wanted to read, Chair.
Okay, thank you, General. Just for the sake of completeness, a quick question. These inspections took place at the GFIS offices?
Yes, Chair. They all came, gathered at the offices, opened the war room, asked for a paperwork, take each device, compare with the invoice, go through it. They took them to go and inspect them. Then a report was reported. And this was reported by council. It was not done because I wrote a letter or what. Council said, let this be investigated. And then a letter was written, and then the result came.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So it was inspection at the offices, and would you confirm that there was no equipment anywhere else outside of the offices?
Yes, Chair. Including a grabber.
Thank you. So we need to return to your statement, and you were at paragraph, I think now you need to turn to paragraph 57.
Now this is in relation to my subsection from the South African Police Service following the disbandment of the PKT team. On the 12th of September 2025, I was served with a notice of suspension in terms of Regulation 10 subsection 3 of the South African Police Service Discipline Regulation, in terms of which the National Commissioner suspended me. So the challenges leveled against me can be summarized as follows. Charge 1, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5 subsection 3J of the SAPS discipline regulation, in that I on or about 17 January 2025 at or near South African Police Service head office, Pretoria, failed to comply with a lawful order or written instruction without just or reasonable cost by issuing written instructions to the Divisional Commissioner, Crime Intelligence, concerning the deactivation, disbandment of the PKTT, despite having been instructed to leave the matter with the National Commissioner, and without instruction, approval, or consent of the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service. Charge 2, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3BI of the discipline regulation, in that on or about 4 February 2025, at or near SAPS head office, Pretoria, I performed an act with the intention to cause harm to or to prejudice the interests of the service by issuing instructions to the Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service that all case docket personnel and other resources of the PKTT be withdrawn with immediate effect, without the instruction, approval, or consent of the National Commissioner, which conduct allegedly hindered, delayed, or prejudiced the investigation of the affected case dockets. On the 22nd of April 2025, at or near SAPS head office, Pretoria, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner and committed act which allegedly amounted to or constituted an attempt to defeat or obstruct the course of justice by implementing and pursuing the immediate deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, which conduct allegedly delayed investigations and or the prosecution of suspension or of the prosecution of suspect involved in serious crime investigated by the task team. Charge 4, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3, T, and 5, subsection 3U of the SAPS discipline regulations, in that I allegedly committed serious misconduct in that on or about 17 January 2025, 4 February 2025, and 22nd April 2025, at or near SAPS head office Pretoria, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner by issuing instructions for the immediate deactivation and disbandment of the PKTT, in defiance of a direct order or instruction issued by the National Commissioner regarding the manner in which the matter was to be dealt with, thereby failing to exercise the power conferred upon me in a responsible and controlled manner, and or failing to participate in endeavors aimed at addressing the root cause of crime. The last charge, charge 5, serious misconduct in terms of Regulation 5, subsection 3T and 54X of the SAPS discipline regulation, in that and on or about 17 January 2025 and 22 April 2025, I conducted myself in an improper, disgraceful, and unacceptable manner and committed misconduct which allegedly detrimentally affected the image of the South African of the service and or brought the service into disrepute and or involved an element of dishonesty by acting contrary to the instructions of the National Commissioner relating to the winding down of the PKTT. The disciplinary proceedings relating to my suspension are still ongoing. Should I proceed to the disbandment of the political killing task team? Chair, at the outset, I wish to state that in my experience, task teams are ordinarily established for a defined purpose and are intended to operate for a finite lifespan. The PKTT was no different. It was constituted to address a specific operational objective and was never intended to exist indefinitely. I am of the considered view that it was never within the contemplation of the SAPS leadership that the PKTT would remain in existence indefinitely.
Can we just pause there for a moment? Just remind us, when the PKTT was established, were you within SAPS or were you with City of Joburg?
I was in the City of Joburg.
You were in the City of Joburg?
That's correct.
So you don't have personal knowledge of what was contemplated by those who established it because you were not within SAPS?
Yes.
You can only, based on documents you have seen or people who have told you
That's correct,
that
Chair.
this is what was intended.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Sorry, just clarify, you came back to SAPS in July 2022?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Must I
May
proceed?
continue?
This is now paragraph 61. This is so because I am aware of a work study report that was prepared as far back as June 2019 regarding the disestablishment of specialized capacities units within the SAPS. To my knowledge, among these specialized capacities units, a dedicated murder and robbery unit would be established, among others. My understanding is that this unit would in due course assume responsibility for the cases presented being dealt with by the PKTT. A copy of this work study is attached here to us, marked as SS3. This is corroborated by the address at Parliament of portfolio meeting of 5 March 2025. Should I proceed or can I go to, because it is important to go through the annex as well, SS3.
You can go to SS3 if if there's something in particular you'd like to draw the
S3.
attention
What's the
to.
file number?
Pardon?
File number?
Which one?
File 2.
File 2.
Page 114.
I just want to, whilst I have it, Chair, I know that in mine I also made some notes here and there, so I have it already here, but I want to just feel comfortable where I know that I made a comment somewhere.
No, find yours, General.
Without any waste of 114, here I've got it. Now, this document talks about the establishment of specialized capacities, anti-gang units, murder and robbery units, inclusive of taxi violence and cold case investigation functions within the South African Police Service. This document is a report that was sanctioned, and the assignment here, the National Commissioner indicated that during a meeting in 2018 that the establishment of new specialized capacities needs to be investigated with specific focus on murder and robbery, anti-gang, as well as taxi violence. Now, this document talks about the establishment of specialized units, among others, the murder and robbery unit. And the murder and robbery unit, which is intended to investigate, among others, taxi-related killings, serial killings, including police killings and political killings. Now, this document, when it came to my attention as the current head of investigation, I read it, and it's a document that we discussed with the National Commissioner. And as I discussed it with the National Commissioner, when you go to page, Commissioners, bear with me, there's a document that I need here specifically that talks evaluation of
Is that document within SS3?
SS3.
No, I'm asking, General, is it within?
It's part of it, but it starts with evaluation of the, because I made my own notes within the date. But in this one, basically, the one that I need, it talks about the establishment of the specialized task team, and then it also talks about the numerous task teams that are in existence, and that those task teams, they run rampant and for unending period of time. I want to read into the record this document.
General, are you referring to this SS3 or the Murray report?
Can we go to the Murray report?
Yes.
Which page?
Let me just get the correct annexure for you.
Because the Murray report and this one are supposed to be together. This one supports the other one. Now, when I page here, I find that I end where it says establishment of specialized units.
Is there anything in this work study that you want to refer the Commission to? Is there anything in the contents?
Yes, in this work study, it actually specifically mentioned and assigns duties, specific duties for each and every unit that is to be re-established. And that duty of the PKTT, the one that we say political killings, are assigned to the murder and robbery unit. Now, the document that I want...
Sorry, maybe if I could try and help. If you look at that SS3, page 125, 5.4.2, and see if that's not what you're looking for.
I've got the 1251, Commissioner.
125, and then paragraph 5.4.2, which starts mandate, murder and robbery. Is that what you're looking for? Which sets out what will fall under the mandate of murder and robbery, and then it includes police killings and political murders. Is that what you're looking for?
No.
Okay.
But as you can see, political murders and attempted murders are also there that must be attended by murder and robbery unit. Now, I want to be able to read my comments supported by the National Commissioner that says, where the National Commissioner says, implementation of this must be done by the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection and Divisional Commissioner Detective working with the Provincial Commissioners. And he signed it on the 5th of June, 2025. In other words...
Let me help you, General. You seem to be lost. There were two Murray reports. There's the earlier one in 2019. You were not with SAPS in 2019, so we know that that has nothing to do with you. And this one is dated June 2019. So we know that it precedes even the interministerial discussions that led to the re-establishment of PKTT in its current form. Then there's the much later Murray report, which the current National Commissioner, General Masemola, only approved in 2025, June or May, right? But that is after the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. So, and you refer to it in your statement. So I just want to be clear, which of the Murray reports are you looking for?
I wanted the last one, the very last one, because I am part of it, because I am part of the signatories there.
Somewhere in your statement, you make reference to it and you give the annexure.
It's SS47.
Yes. SS47.
Yes. Page 776.
And that's which file, Ms. Hassim?
2A, Chair.
2A.
2A.
Thank you.
And it's page 776.
Yes, it's SS47.
And then, General, I think what you were looking for is at page 786. File 2A.
Yes.
776.
Shall I proceed?
Commissioner, have you found it? Yes, you may proceed.
Now, there's information as you read it, but because of time and the fact that it is, I can't read line by line. If I am to take the commissioners to page 11, which is 786 on top. It talks about the task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces are as follows. Now, it gives you a whole lot of task teams. It's different task teams, all of them, including this one of political killing matters team. Now, what I want to say is that, yes, I was not in the subs. But the fact that I'm now employed and appointed at that level, I carry on with that what I find on the table in the office. Now, when you go to page 809, I know the commissioners have seen it, and I know that I've read at some point Commissioner Baloyi reading it. But maybe from my trail of thought, I need to read it and as to why I'm referring to it. I said, it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016 to date, but not implemented by the respective provinces. What is also of concern is that despite numerous work study approvals by different national commissioners, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and to implement the approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detective service. In the recent crime stats release, it was evident that commercial crime investigation was neglected, considering the fact that the study proved a 17% implementation. Little else can be expected to a great extent. There is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. There is an overall 57% shortage of capacity. Now, this is me. I fall, the distinction that must be made, whilst I understand what Commissioner Kumalo is saying, that I was not, or the minister could not have relied on this, I understand that. But in my case, this is, I signed on the 19th of September 2024, which means already this thing was
16th, not 19th.
16th, Chair, my apology.
And let's correct a fact in your commentary there. When you say the study of this nature was approved by the National Commissioner, we know that National Commissioner only approves it in June 2025. So it's 8 months after you said what you said. And we see his approval on page 811.
No, I was not necessarily referring to General Masemola. I was referring to the previous
one.
National Commissioner, because it comes from that era. Even General Masemola was also a signatory as a Deputy National Commissioner at that time. So it comes from that long. Now, in my case, people like to be like wheelbarrows. A document sits in someone's office for 5 months, for 8 months, and nothing is happening. Now I'm asking a question, I say, where was this document? Why, if the study was completed at that time, it's still running rounds in different people's signature? Money was spent to conduct this type of investigations. I was exactly querying that. Now, when the National Commissioner also came across my recommendations, he said, in page 811, implementation of units must be expedited by DNC crime detection, DIVCOM detective, and provincial commissioners. Now, here we're talking about the murder and robbery unit establishment, which has already been established in different provinces, including KZN. Now, the National Commissioner says here, I must implement, make sure that they are implemented. Even though he signed only on the 5th of the 6th month, it does not necessarily mean that it reached his office on the 5th of the 6th month. It's something that we've been discussing from my office after I signed it. The next signature was to go to the National Commissioner. So, and the bottom line is that the National Commissioner agrees with us that task teams must be established and that the work of the political killings are to be conducted by the murder and robbery unit.
So you cite this annexure under the topic of disbandment of the PKTT. Are you saying that this report recommends a disbandment of the PKTT?
It definitely does.
Can you take us there?
You see, Chair, what I want to highlight or point out here, at this point in time, this report may not say PKTT, but it talks about provincial structures, task teams, and PKTT is a provincial structure or one of those provincial capacities. It includes PKTT, and it talks about the disestablishment of such, so that we can then capacitate these units. So, as far as I'm concerned, the PKTT is a provincial structure that was established, even though when you listen to the presentation, they will say NPKTT initially, but they call it a PKTT. But it is a provincial structure, a capacity. Now, I am saying, when I look at chapter 12 of the Vision 2030 that says you must build a capable state, you must build a state that is capable of saving the nation, well-resourced, well-capacitated with the latest technology. We're talking about now fighting crime nationally, not in KZN alone. Now, I'm sitting with this, I'm the head of detectives. I'm expected the detectives haven't been reaching their performance for more than 8 years. Now, I'm saying we need to capacitate the murder and robbery units. We need to make sure that every province is able and capable to can investigate any type of crime that is coming their way. Now, you cannot focus your energy and your resources only in one province and create an elite within only one province that is saving only one province. That is why personally I say we need to build capacity throughout the country. Now,
General, the question was, please show us in this document where it said the PKTT must be disbanded.
Oh, Chair, let me try to look for the paragraph. I thought when I said let us not look only specifically at the word PKTT, but look at provincial capacities. I was in a way trying to respond to that.
If I'm not mixing up the witnesses, if you look at page 786, there are several bullets there. Towards the end, there's reference to political matters team. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Minister Mkhunu who said that was a reference to the PKTT. He had initially suggested that it was not, but when he was engaged further, he said that's reference to the PKTT. Yeah, but I'll take you back to the question. What's your answer to the direct question?
I'm struggling to hear the chair. In particular, I think.
I'm very sorry. I said I hope I'm not mixing up the witnesses. At page 786, there are several bullets, and towards the end, there's one that says political matters team. I seem to recall that Minister Mkhunu, but as I say, I may be wrong as to the identity of the witness. Yeah. Minister Mkhunu said that the reference to political matters team was reference to the PKTT. Yeah. So I guess the short point I'm making is you are saying let's not agonize over the fact that there's no specific reference to the PKTT. So I am saying it looks like there is reference to the PKTT, if indeed the reference to political matters team is reference to the PKTT. Now back to the question, show us where it says a decision was taken to disband the PKTT. Where does this document say that?
Chair, so that I don't spend time going up and down, am I allowed to read the paragraphs so that I will come across the paragraph that I want to refer to? Because I can, let's say...
It's a long document. I have no idea which paragraphs you are referring to. But I will tell you this so long. Of course, you don't have to depend on what Minister Mkhunu said. But when Minister Mkhunu was engaged on that same subject, in the end, I think he accepted that what was recommended was a review, not disbandment.
All right. Let's go to page 796. Paragraph 8.11. And if you read from up, it will say no. 8.9 will say no task team be established without written approval document from the provincial commissioner.
I think you should read 8.10.
Yeah, 8.10 says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development plan in the province to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. Then you go to 8.11 that says the provincial investigation unit PIUs in the provinces that have been established be closed as discussed in paragraph 6.4, 6.5, 6.4.6 and 7.5. Members currently placed at the establishment PIUs be subjected to skills determination evaluation in order to be placed at murder and robbery, organized...
Sorry for stopping you mid-sentence. Sorry. In previous testimony, I will not even try this time to identify the witness. We were told that there's a difference between a unit and a task team. Is that so indeed?
It is correct.
So the PKTT is a task team. You read 8.11 that refers to the closure of units. So does that assist you?
It does, Chair, because at some point, this is a report that was crafted by a person, a human being, who sometimes interchangeably uses the words. But I just say, at this point in time, I wish I had gathered those points that are specifically to be able to respond to this question, but maybe I might have to come back to it.
I think...
You see, I'm asking you this specifically because where I referred you to earlier, the several bullets at 786, the writer refers to task teams in so many words, whereas in 8.11 reference is made to units in so many words.
In other words, the author of this document doesn't confuse task teams and provincial investigating units. At 786, the reference that the chair took you to, the author talks about task teams that are not monitored. And then at 8.10, the author says current task teams be subjected to an impact analysis to ensure the feasibility of the existing teams. So it requires a review, not a disbandment.
But somewhere in a document, there's somewhere where they talk about provincial capacities. These capacities at provincial level. This includes the task teams as well. And For that matter, Chair, we have task teams nationally, every province, many task teams. They get established, and when they have performed their duties and they are satisfied, it gets disbanded. It doesn't continue on an unending basis.
That's a different point. That's a different point. What Mr. Sim is trying to establish is where it said that the PKTT must be disbanded. But I think you said in the end that you would want to go through this document thoroughly to be able to answer the question. I think in the interest of time, we should move on.
Thank you.
Yes. We may close this file now, General, for now.
Thank you, Chair. I will come back to it with a response.
All right. We'll close it so now.
Thanks, Chair. So
Thank
you then would be back to your statement at paragraph 62.
Paragraph 62. So the National Commissioner testified that the Minister's directive to disestablish the PKTT came as a complete surprise to him. However, I wish to draw the Commissioner's attention to a meeting held on the 1st of November 2024 at the SAPS Academy in Tshwane, which concerned human resource management matters and the organizational structure of the South African Police Service. This meeting was attended by the Minister Mkunu, the two deputy ministers, the National Commissioner, the deputy commissioners, including myself, and other attendees. In this meeting, Minister Mkunu directed the Executive Committee of the SAPS to reconsider and review certain operational capabilities, specifically including the PKTT, on the basis that these task teams were set to duplicate capabilities already existing elsewhere in the SAPS. So this word capabilities is the word I was referring to, but I will come back. Now, paragraph 64.
Not intending to engage you in a manner that comes close to cross-examination. I will just make this observation, General. Remember the document we just had a look at now?
Yes, Chair.
And you are now talking about surprise with regard to General Masemula, and you are saying he could not have been surprised because at a 2024 meeting, the minister directed that there be a review. Therefore, he would not have been surprised by the disbandment of the PKTT. I think the easiest source for you, rather than this meeting, would have been that document. If you say in that document, there's something that says the PKTT should be disbanded. But as I say, I'm not cross-examining you. I'm just making that observation. You may proceed, unless you wish to comment. But you may proceed.
My comment will be, Chair, is that on the meeting of the first, I think it's November. On that meeting, let me read the statement because I am commenting, and what I'll be commenting on, it will be this, what is in the statement. Chair, now I'm at page 64.
Paragraph 64.
Paragraph 64. I specifically recall the National Commissioner explaining to Minister Mkunu that the PKTT was not established as a permanent or fixed unit within the SAPS structure, but was intended to operate as a temporary task-specific capability, constituted or defined operational purposes. Constituted for defined operational purposes. Accordingly, the National Commissioner's assertion that this establishment came as a surprise to him is, with respect, difficult to reconcile with events preceding the directive and warrant careful scrutiny by the Commission, because the National Commissioner commented in this meeting. We asked for the voice because I would have loved to play for that voice, but we could not get it, where he actually said, no, the task team was just a task team that was meant to involve into a unit at a later stage. So he could not have been surprised because he participated in the discussions. And there are minutes in that regard.
Sorry, again, to clarify, like the chair, not so much to interrogate what you're saying, are you communicating in this paragraph 64 that you were not surprised when the minister issued the letter on the 31st of December? Is that what you're conveying here? Because you were in this meeting, you were part of this discussion, you're surprised that you don't agree or you're skeptical that the National Commissioner says he was surprised by the decision of the minister of the 31st of December. Is your position that you were not surprised?
I was not surprised, and I don't agree with the National Commissioner.
You were surprised that he was surprised.
I don't want to be technically wrong, maybe, and be confused, Chair. But what I want to say is that...
so you maybe let me ask more directly. You expected that the minister in December will disband the PKTT? I didn't expect that he will disband in December, or it will happen. What I knew, it was a subject of discussion. Yes. So you say it was a discussion that the PKTT will be disbanded, and you say this meeting of November discussed that, the disbandment of the PKTT. It formed part of those discussions, that meeting of the 1st of November. Okay. It was those consultative meetings. But you didn't expect that, you were not expecting that it would be disbanded on the 31st of December? Nobody knew that it I'm asking about you, General. My apology, Chair, my apology. Sometimes no, it's okay, it's all right. I'm asking about you in particular. I was not surprised when it happened. On the 31st of December? No. Okay, thank you. Thanks,
I want
Mr.
to ask a question. What this is the outcome of the 1 November 2024 meeting, a month before the minister issued his instruction. You say in your own words, in this meeting, Minister Mkhunu directed that the executive committee of SAPS, so we know who the executive committee is, it's the generals.
That's correct,
to reconsider and review certain operational capabilities, specifically including PKTT. What is your understanding of a review?
My understanding of a review is that we have certain units that when you look at them, do they really still adding value? Or is it rather a duplication of some sort? Or why don't we match that one with that one? So that is what I understand by a review, to say, look, let us re-look into this situation that we are sitting with. We have murder and robbery unit, but you also have this capacity. I'm afraid to go long and long because it looks like...
Don't go long. We will come back to it. I just needed your understanding of what a review is. We will come back to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. So, General, I think you were saying you were dealing with paragraph 64, where you said that basically you don't believe that the disestablishment was a surprise to the National Commissioner, and you've clarified now that that's because your recollection of the 1 November meeting was that disbandment of the PKTT was discussed.
Yes.
Okay. So you can proceed with paragraph 65.
Whilst I want to proceed with paragraph 65, I just want to say the fact that there was mention made by the National Commissioner that says I understand PKTT was just a task a task team was meant to evolve, and that it can be done. To me, is sufficient. Now I'm moving to paragraph 65. Due to my suspension, I am not in a position to access or obtain the minutes of this meeting, and I am therefore unable to place them before the Commission. I have, however, through my attorneys of record, formally informed the Commission of the existence of these minutes and have requested that the Commission issue a subpoena to SAPS for the production of the relevant minutes. A copy of this correspondence is attached here to SS4. In my case, I would have preferred, in fact, the voice recordings because it's being recorded. We want to hear the voice, not the minutes, because the minutes you can capture them anyhow you feel like, but the voice recordings will make more sense for me.
But the minutes were provided to you.
Yeah?
The minutes were provided to you. They were draft minutes.
Yes. Yes.
And so, did you read the draft minutes?
I did. I think it is at the time the statement was submitted, I guess. But I have seen those minutes.
It might have been even after the statement was drafted, but that's fine. Do you want to deal with the minutes at all?
I want to deal with the minutes.
I mean, in other words, I hear you saying you would have preferred the oral, but the minister himself provided those draft minutes. So is there any reference in those minutes to disbandment of the PKT?
Yes, commissioners. I want to... Can I be assisted? Which page?
Yes.
May we... do we have... Where is it? Where are the minutes?
It's... File 9 of 10, I'm afraid, Chair. So I told you you'd only need those 3. My apologies. File 9 of 10.
You did not take us there. The General did.
And it's page 499. 499.
Can't be. This starts around 7:50 or something.
Okay, sorry, Chair, I've got the wrong label on my file. It's actually meant to be file 6.
You have it?
I'm sorry, you said which page again? Sorry, Mr. Sim.
499.
Thank you.
499.
Ms. Hassan, this is bottom of the page numbering because at the top you've got...
The numbering in red.
Yeah, at the bottom.
At the bottom, yes.
Tell us when you are you there, General?
I'm there, Chair. I'm relying on this one of the Commission, but when we go to page 99, it's 502. I've got different pages. 99.
99 at the top and 502 at the bottom.
502 below. That says, paragraph 3 reads thus. The minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as political killing task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crime. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst this duplicates the existing capabilities such as taxi killings, political killings, and being about murders. All about political killing all being about murders. Minister directed that the presentation should have a narrative in relation to the relationship between the provincial commission. This is something else. Then the response by General Masemola, the last paragraph in the same page, it says, General Masemola indicated that the matter of the provincial commissioners was resolved some time ago by taking them down and have dotted lines to the deputy national commissioners, and the connection could still be done. He further stated that in terms of the inspectorate, in principle, the management agreed that there is a need to do away with it. However, there are difficulties with doing away with the unit right away. He gave an example with the affordability and expenses in case the regulation 35 was to be taken as an option. He further explained that political killing capabilities that is in place was in a form of task team and not a fixed unit or establishment. Now, that is what I wanted to raise, commissioners, that the National Commissioner did not really have serious or any objection. He just was actually agreeing, in agreement, that, look, this is a task team. It was not meant to be a permanent structure. It can be done. And based on these minutes, there has been a series of meetings that then preceded this meeting going ahead, in where this was the subject now, specifically.
As we said, we will engage you at the appropriate stage on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We will return to this document at a later point. You can proceed in your statement. You may put it away. So you would be at paragraph 67 of your statement.
On the 31st of October 2024, there's Ms. Mary Diahas of the University of KwaZulu-Natal who lodged a complaint with the Minister of Police through Parliament regarding the PKTT. In her complaint, Diahas alleged that the PKTT was abusive and amounted to a gross wastage of personal and financial resources. She noted that these issues arose while General Mkhwanazi was in charge. A copy of the Diahas letter is attached here to as marked as Annexa SS6. Can I proceed, Rudy? Diahas further called for the immediate disbandment of the PKTT and the urgent establishment of a judicial oversight body to investigate its operations, cases and related matters. On 6th of November 2024, Diahas' complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner and other members of SAPS by Ms. Mthembu from the Minister Mkhwenu's office. On the same day, Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner acknowledged receipt of the complaint in correspondence. In this acknowledgement, Brigadier Letoko advised that the appointment of a judicial oversight body fell within the powers of the minister and requested that the complaint be placed before the minister for further direction. A copy of this correspondence is attached here to as marked SS7. This is now the different correspondences that were being sent to the Office of the National Commissioner referring it to the Minister's Office. On the 31st of December,
Sorry,
Minister Mkhunu...
General, just so that whatever significance you have attached to these paragraphs is not lost on us, maybe if you would just explain the significance, why are you mentioning this and what significance are you asking us to attach to it in a further discussion with you?
what significance I'm attaching to this thing is that when you look at the series of emails that were actually being circulated about the complaint of the political killing task team and as to who must deal with it, and including Office of the National Commissioner saying issues of policy, but I wish I could be reading from it, must be dealt with by the minister. So all I'm saying is that the communication around the political killing task team, it was not like an overnight something where one day we just saw a letter that came. It is something that has been having a build-up, where there were some communications. And these communications, it included all of us, even myself at some point, I was also copied. So it's a subject that I also knew that it is on the table, it is being discussed or looked at. That is what I was trying to maybe signal commissioners.
Thank you.
So you had been copied on the Mary de Haas complaint?
Not Mary de Haas. There is somewhere where I'm copied in the trail of emails that I'm referring to.
Okay.
From Brigadier Letoko and others, because my office was also copied.
And you mentioned this still in the context of you saying the commissioner, national commissioner, could not have been surprised by the decision of the 31st of December.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, General.
You can proceed.
Proceed. This is now paragraph 68.
I believe you read paragraph 69.
On the 6th of November 2024, the Haas complaint was circulated to the Office of the National Commissioner and other members of SAPS by Ms. Mtembu from the Minister Mkunu's office. On the same day, Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner acknowledged receipt of the complaint in correspondence. In this acknowledgement, Brigadier Letoko advised that the appointment of a judicial oversight body fell within the minister's powers and requested that the complaint be placed before the minister. We read this paragraph before. Paragraph 17. I read paragraph 70 where I say, on the 31st of December, Minister Mkunu addressed a letter to the National Commissioner of the SAPS, General Fanny Masemola. In this letter, Minister Mkunu directed that the PKTT be disbanded with immediate effect. Minister Mkunu further instructed that a preliminary report on the disbandment of the PKTT be submitted to him by the 20th of January 2025. And that a final and closing report be presented to the minister, to the ministry, the management committee, and the executive committee at their meeting in late January 2025. A copy of this letter is attached here to Annexer SS8. Now, paragraph 71 says, on the 3rd of January 2025, Brigadier Letoko communicated Minister Mkunu's decision to myself and other officials. This communication directed me, the DNC for crime detection, to communicate the deactivation of the PKTT to the relevant teams, implement the deactivation of PKTT, and further submit a close-up report by 14 January 2025 for the National Commissioner's consideration and sign off. A copy of this document is attached here to Annexer SS9. I pause to mention that, as a matter of course, I ordinarily receive regular communication from Brigadier Letoko. In the execution of this function, Brigadier Letoko regularly conveys and copies communication and instructions on behalf of the National Commissioner. This is further evidenced by SS7, which reflects a response by Brigadier Letogo on behalf of the National Commissioner to DHAS conveying such communication. This pattern of communication forms part of the established chain of command. Accordingly, I have always acted on the basis of official instructions transmitted through these channels, and at no stage have I acted outside or contrary to the directive communicated to me in this manner. Paragraph 73, it is accordingly evident from this correspondence that the National Commissioner was fully aware of the disbandment of the PKTT and had instructed me to execute this disbandment in line with Minister Mkunu's directive. It is also noteworthy to add that the National Commissioner did not raise any objection on concerns regarding the disbandment directive. I emphasize that any role that I played in the disbandment of the PKTT was undertaken solely in the course and scope of instructions issued to me by the National Commissioner. As I report directly to him, I was entitled to presume that such instructions were lawfully issued and duly authorized, particularly as I knew that the National Commissioner himself had received directive from the Minister Mkunu. The alternative would have been to defy a direct order from my superior, which would itself have constituted unlawful conduct and a disciplinary offense. On the 7th of January 2025, following receipt of the email from the Office of the National Commissioner dated 3 January 2025, which is SS9, my office directed and emailed to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Dumisani Khumalo, and brought SS9 to his attention. I directed that he provide a closing report for his sign off by 13 January 2025. A copy of the email dated 7 January 2025 is attached or marked as SS10. In amplification of the above, I also attach here to marked SS11 a screenshot of the WhatsApp communication between myself and Colonel Afanand of my office. In this exchange, Colonel Afanand confirmed that he discussed the contents of SS9 with Brigadier Letogo, the author thereof, and further confirmed that SS10 was sent to Lieutenant General Khumalo for the purpose of preparing a close-up report to be signed off by 13 January 2025. The National Commissioner was on leave at the time when I received the email on 3 January 2025. General Musikidi was appointed as the acting National Commissioner on the 31st of December 2024. I called Major General Rabi to assist me with preparing an implementation plan. General Rabi is the head of strategic management in the Office of the National Commissioner. After having discussions with Major General Rabi, he confirmed that he would put an implementation plan together for my consideration before and submit to the National Commissioner.
General, can I just check this for clarification? You say General Musikidi was acting on the 31st of December, from the 31st of December.
That is correct.
So as at the date that Litoko, sorry, I forget his title, as the date of his email to you on the 3rd of January, General Musikidi would have been the acting National Commissioner at that time.
That is correct.
Is that what it is?
That is correct.
So he would have been so Litoko would have been sending the email of the 3rd of January to you on behalf of the acting National Commissioner, in the way things work.
It may be from the National Commissioner as well, because even if he's on leave, he's still able to give instructions as the National Commissioner.
Okay, so there's a possibility that Litoko was sending either on behalf of General Masemula or the acting National Commissioner. Anyone, it could be anyone of the two.
The one thing that is certain is that as Brigadier Letogo, the staff officer, before sending anything outside, either the National Commissioner or acting shall have been discussed with that person, and then it goes.
All right, now I understand. Thank you. Yes, thank you, General. You may proceed to where you were going.
On the 14th of January 2025, General Rabi sent the implementation plan to Major General Sebola from the Office of the National Commissioner and on the 16th of January 2025, General Sebola sent implementation plan to me. A copy of the email reflecting this email trail is attached here to Annexer SS12. In other words, both General Rabi and General Sebola are in the National Commissioner's office. General Rabi is a strategic general responsible for all the reports that come from the National Commissioner, presentation before Parliament, and any strategic issue or report the National Commissioner may want to produce. General Rabi is responsible. Then General Sebola is the executive manager in the office of the National Commissioner. In other words, General Rabi, from the office of the National Commissioner, prepare a document, send it to General Sebola, for General Sebola to discuss with the National Commissioner. Then from there it can be let out. Now, the foregoing sequence can be seen from the following sequence of correspondence. General Rabi sent the implementation plan to General Sebola from the Office of the National Commissioner on 14 January 2025 at 14:10. General Rabi then sent the implementation plan again to General Sebola on 14 January 2025 at 15:43, meaning the first document went out, and then the National Commissioner, let's say the National Commissioner says, but change 1, 2, 3, or the National Commissioner will say, this is operational, let General Sibiya sign it. Then the originator of the document will then go back and say, no, put it in the name of General Sibiya. Then the document comes back again. That's why the same document was sent, when you can check, at 14:10, then sent back to General Rabis, or General Rabis then sent another one at 15:43. But there is no information written in between other than the logical question will be, why would General Rabi send a document at 14:10, the same document again send it on 15:43? Now, but the bottom line is, I then get that document from the Office of General Sebola. On the 16th of January 2025, at 11:36, General Sebola then sent the implementation plan to Captain Sibongile from my office. Sibongile then printed the...
Is Sibongile a surname?
It's Keketi...
Oh. Because it's usually a first name, that's why I'm asking.
Captain Keketi.
All
it's
right,
in my office.
Let's continue.
Commission. But it's Keketi in my office. She's one of my support structure in the office. Now, General Rabi had cited the author of the...
Sorry, General, let me just pause you there, because you, subsequent to preparing this statement, on Monday evening, you forwarded further annexures for the Commission to consider. And you forwarded an annexure that you said was relevant to paragraph 79 of your statement as SS43. Do you still want to refer the Commission to that annexure or not? I'm just bringing it to your attention because it's not in the statement as it reads right now, because you sent it to us after the statement.
What is that one? All right, let me use this one. Now,
is this the annexure that you
Yes.
you wanted to refer to for this paragraph.
Yes, by luck, I came across this document that was sent to me by Captain Keketsi that says,
Let me just direct the chair and the commissioners. It's SS 43, and it's page 630, file 2A.
can I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
The message, the WhatsApp message says, good afternoon, DNC. General Sibiya brought that document from General Rabi for your signature. She advised that DNC signs it instead of NASCOM, as the letter is addressed to DIFCOM CI. Then I said, and you can see the time is 16:23. I was no longer in office, I think. I may have been somewhere. I said, thank you. Let's sign it in the morning then. This is me. And then this was now on the 16th of January. Then this is the letter that I wanted to, or the annexer that I wanted to just show that my office received it from General Sibiya, and she even sent a note at night, in the evening, and say a message and say, we received this. They say you must sign it because since it was sent directly to the DIFCOM. Now the National Commission didn't want to sign it from his office, bypass me to the DIFCOM. He just said, no, since it's addressed to the DIFCOM, then let Sibiya sign it. Then I signed it. As you see, that letter is not prepared by me. All of it is from the National Commissioner's office.
But it was you that requested, is it General Rabi, to prepare it?
I asked General Rabi. I informed the National Commissioner that I asked General Rabi. The National Commissioner also called General Rabi and said, assist General Sibiya to prepare this close-up report. Yes.
Thank you. Please continue.
And did you read the report before you signed it?
I read the report.
And you agreed with the contents?
I read
Obviously.
the contents and I was satisfied.
Okay. Paragraph 80 then.
Before you do that, that message, that WhatsApp message refers to a letter that was addressed to the divisional.
That is the same letter that I signed for the deactivation, as instructed by the National Commissioner.
Yes. No, I'm trying to clear my confusion at least. That message refers to a letter that you wrote to the divisional commissioner, and yet there's discussion of instructions to General Rabi from you. Can you just reconcile that so that I understand the sequence and what these facts that are being spoken to here about?
The letter that I wrote to the divisional commissioner, I'm now signing the letter. It's my letter now. But that comes from the office of the National Commissioner to say, no, because it's directed to the divisional commissioner, let it then be signed by the DNC. But the preparations of the letter comes from General Rabi's office.
At your instance, though, yes, it comes from General Rabi's office at your instance.
I want to remind the chair that General Masemola himself, he also said he instructed General Rabi to help me. I understand and I accept when the chair says in your instance, but how I was advised is that when you establish or you disestablish or whether you want to build a police station or whatever that you want to do in the police, there need to be a work study report that shows that there was an investigation or a study conducted. Now, in deactivating all the things that needs to be in the report, So the best person who can advise you on how to put this report together will be General Rabi. I called him. Then, when the National Commissioner later, when I communicated with him and said, okay, because he was saying to me, the minister says he wants the close-up report by the 20th, and then I will be back on the 14th. Make sure that when we meet, I've got the close-up report. And then I told him that, no, I have also asked General Rabi. He then also called General Rabi to say, General Rabi, make sure that there is this report, and then so that I can get it. In my case, then I then directed to General Kumalo as is. And then, because the National Commissioner wanted to have a meeting with me on the 14th upon his arrival, I said to General Kumalo, you make sure that I get it on the 13th so that me and him can engage, see where we can fix or change. If it's okay, then the next morning I meet with the National Commissioner. That's what happened and how it happened.
Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. You were at paragraph 80.
General Rabi had cited the author of the implementation plan as being the National Commissioner. That is the first draft. As such, my office had sent it to the National Commissioner for his signature. However, upon discussion with the National Commissioner on the said implementation plan, he instructed me to sign it off because in view it was an operational matter and it was not necessary for him to sign it.
In his view, it was. You said in view. I'm saying in his view, it was.
Yes. Sorry, Chair.
So just to clarify this, because you took us to Annex to SS 43, and SS 43 says General Sibiya advised that the DNC signs it instead of NATCOM. And then in paragraph 80, you say the National Commissioner instructed you to sign it. Because in his view, it was an operational matter. So those are two conflicting statements.
Which page, paragraph?
The paragraph you just read, you said that the National Commissioner instructed you to sign it off.
Yes.
But you just took us to SS 43.
The point is that, General, that conflicts with the WhatsApp text you referred us to.
Yeah, it's not a conflict at all. My staff officer or my admin officer in the office will come to my office and say, General Sibiya says. When you say General Sibiya says, it is the National Commissioner who says. When it comes from General Brigadier Letoko, says Brigadier Letoko says. This is something that comes from the National Commissioner. Now, how she crafted the message that says General Sibiya brought the document from General Rabi for your signature. She advised that DNC sign it instead of NATCOM as a letter is addressed to DIVCOM. So General Sibiya will never come to me, give me an instruction that does not come from the National Commissioner. So, hence we are sitting with that document, maybe the emails that shows that is a paragraph that I read before that says General Rabi wrote the document, sent it to General Sibiya. And then the author, when you look at the author, it was the National Commissioner. I took that letter to the National Commissioner and said, NASCOM sign, here is the report that you wanted. He said, no, I can't sign this thing because you can sign it, it's operational. But when you look at the fact that there was correspondence between General Sibiya and General Rabi, it went back to General Rabi, then it came back now as my name, General Sibiya now, no longer, Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, no longer National Commissioner. And you can see that it came from General Rabi, both of them come from General Rabi. Whether you're talking about the first one of the National Commissioner and the second one come from General Rabi, but through General Sebola. Now, it is General Sebola who contact my office and say, no, the DNC can sign it. It does not necessarily mean that it's her instruction. She says I can sign it because it comes from straight from the NASCO, it's directed to the divisional commissioner, so General Sibiya can sign it. It's not a contradiction at all.
Okay, maybe I can ask it this way. Did the National Commissioner speak to you directly and instruct you to sign it off?
Yes.
And when was that?
Remember, I took the first report to him, and he says it in his report that I came to see him on the 14th, and I found him in a meeting with General Sebola. Remember, it was his first day. There were a couple of things to discuss, including that as well. But then that's when he said, look, you can sign, I think you can sign it because this is operational and this is your team anyway. And then that's when you see the correspondence between General Sebola and Rabi again. Now, General Rabi coming with a different document that is now written General Sibiya. But you see, the safety point here is this. From General Rabi, it didn't come to me straight. It went to General Sebola still, who is in the Office of the National Commissioner still, coming to me still from General Sebola. Whether it came from General Rabi, General Sebola, it came from the National Commissioner's office to my office. And as you can see, the moment General Sebola get involved with my PA or staff officer and say, the General can sign it, it doesn't necessarily have to spell out to say that the National Commissioner says General can sign it. So no, General Sibiya can sign it because it's directed to the DIFCOM. There's no contradiction there.
I think, General, what we are trying to clarify is you referred us to SS 43, which contains an explanation why you end up being the one that signs, and which is you. You say, here's SS 43. I was told that the National Commissioner, via Sebola, said I should sign because the letter is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. That's your SS 43, and that's what you rely on.
Yes.
And in the next WhatsApp message on that same page, you say, I will sign the following day. And you explain it's because it was at night, and I think the following day is the 17th. And then in paragraph 80, you appear to give another explanation why you became the one that signed. So keep in mind SS 43, which provides an explanation, which you say it's an instruction from the National Commissioner. He say you must sign because the letter is addressed to the Divisional Commissioner. So we have that explanation. But then in 80, paragraph 80 of your statement, you appear to provide a different explanation why you signed. And I think we are trying to clarify how do we reconcile, or how do you reconcile? Maybe how do you reconcile, or how do you want us to reconcile SS 43 and what you say in paragraph 80, where you say the National Commissioner instructed me to sign because, in his view, it was an operational matter. That reason is different from SS 43. The WhatsApp message in SS 43, at least that's how we are reading it, and that's what we are trying to reconcile.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. I just want to say, as is how it happened. The fact that I said, the National Commissioner gave me the reason, say, no, you can sign it, it's an operational matter. I'm not taking away still that point. Whilst I also look at the fact that here I'm saying, they say the National Commissioner say is because it is addressed to the divisional commissioner. It means it's operational. It's your division. Deal with it. So this is the message that I have. But in my meeting with the National Commissioner, so it's sign it is operational.
The National Commissioner would have said this to you, following your sequence here in paragraph 79 and 80. The National Commissioner would have said this to you on the 16th itself.
Not on the 16th.
Yes.
It would have been on the 14th.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Ms. Asim.
Thank you. I think we should proceed with the remainder of the statement. So can you go to paragraph 81?
Consequently, I changed the name on the implementation plan to my own. And on 17 January 2025, I signed the implementation plan and addressed it to the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo. A copy of this implementation plan is attached as SS3. Now, I do notice where I say I changed. But in actual fact, when I look at the letter itself, both letters, same letterheads, same font, same type of a document, it tells me that this is how it came. And if it is to be, it's a mistake when I say I changed it, because I signed it. It was before I knew that no, but it was sent back. When I say I changed this subsequent, is when the National Commissioner made a statement in one of, when I went to the Labor Court, the National Commissioner said, I rejected his report, and he went back and he went and changed it to his name. Then I responded by saying, but I changed it to mine signature because the National Commissioner said it is operational. But when you begin to get all the paperwork here and there, and you get, remember, National Commissioner or commissioners, I was removed from office, left the gadget. I don't have everything, enough everything. So I worked from my my memory, and then I worked from asking, do you have this or that? Now, whatever I might have said, yes, I will accept the difference. When you say, why did you say you changed it when, in fact, here you say Rabbi is the one. So I'm just saying, whether I changed it to my name or it is General Rabbi who changed it to my name, what is important here to note is that the author of the document is General Rabbi and the intention is the same. Whether it's me who signed it, who changed this, or it's the same document.
It actually is important, General, because we need to understand what evidence you're relying on. Are you now saying, because you say in your statement, I changed the name on the implementation plan to my own. Are you saying now you want to change that? You want to correct that was not correct when you put it this way?
Yes.
In your written statement. Now, as you sit here, you're saying that's not correct. In fact, you did not change the name.
Yes.
On the implementation plan.
Yes. And the reason why I'm saying this also, Commissioner, you can see this document, this WhatsApp message is a supplement that was sent much later, I think last week, but it's something that was sent at a much later stage and she said, General, I came across this message, I think maybe it might be of assistance. And that's when I saw we needed this thing. So the fact that I wrote here, I changed. To me, I accept that I said that, but I don't find it to be that material from my angle. But if the chair says, look, that it is a material, I will keep quiet, Chair.
I think we have that. In my view, and I cannot speak on behalf of the commissioners, it's material. Either you changed your name or you didn't, and we must know, which version it is you're giving us, because you gave us two different versions. But you're now saying that you want to change your original version to say that you received it with your name on it.
That's what I say.
We can move on then, Chair. All right. I think you're at paragraph 82. Paragraph 82.
Chair, before I go to paragraph 82, I'm just, my mind kicks back on that what the evidence leader just said, but my only concern is that here we are dealing with the documents whose contents, all of it, comes from the Office of the National Commissioner. Now, to me, whether I change the name on top as to it's me or from him, I'm dealing with a document that was not prepared by me. It was prepared by the Office of the National Commissioner. So I just wanted to put that point. So I'll move to
Thank you, General.
To 82.
Sure.
On the National Commissioner's own version, as set out in his answering affidavit in the urgent application instituted by me in the Pretoria High Court under case number 2025 123874, he advised me to consult with General Rabi in the drafting of an implementation plan for the closure of the PKTT. To avoid prolixity, I only attached the relevant portion of the National Commissioner's answering affidavit marked SS14. So I want us to look into SS14 page.
It's file 2 of 10.
211.
Page 210.
Which one? No. I'm being given this one. It talks about events leading up to my instruction to stay at home. It's not the right one.
This is SS14 that you provided us, General. It's an extract from the answering affidavit of the Minister found in the High Court.
General, what are you trying to find? The implementation plan?
No, Commissioner. We're saying on the National Commissioner's own version, as set out in his answering affidavit in the urgent application instituted by me in the High Court under the case number 2025 123874, he advised me to consult with General Rabi in the drafting of an implementation plan for the closure of the PKTT.
General, look at page 211, paragraph 8.6, the last sentence. It starts with, I advised him to consult. Is that what you're looking for?
Page 211.
Page 211, remember we are in file 2, the annexures. Are you in the right file?
File 2, yes.
Yes. So look at page 211, paragraph 8.6, the sentence that starts with, I advised. Remember, it's General Masemula speaking, not you.
Yes. The applicant informed me that the task team should be closed down.
No, further down, General, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line from the top. I advised him to consult with.
I advised him to consult with Major General Rabi, Head of Strategic Management, in drafting an amended plan for closing down the task team. I called Major General Rabi to assist him with the phase-out plan. That's what I needed.
Yes.
To say, even the National Commissioner, he does admit that he advised me to communicate with General Rabi. And that, so which means that plan that I signed, we were working together with the National Commissioner. We were in this thing together that I signed and sent. Can I proceed to
paragraph 83.
83. The National Commissioner further confirms on his own account that he personally contacted General Rabi and requested him to assist me with the development of a phased-out implementation plan. The email correspondence annexed here to bears this out and demonstrate that Major General Rabi was not a peripheral participant but played a material and substantive role in the preparation of the implementation plan.
I think we should adjourn at this stage and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
How are you doing? How are we doing?
General, you had finished with paragraph 83 just before lunch. Can you proceed from paragraph 84, please?
In summary, the implementation plan provided as follows, among other things: conveyed Minister Mkunu's directive to establish the PKTT. It outlined the measures necessary to ensure that ongoing investigations were not disrupted and dealt with transitional arrangement relating to the disbandment of the PKTT. It directed that, among other things, temporary transition teams to oversee the disbandment process and address any arising challenges be set up. Such teams to report to General Khumalo. The investigative personnel of the PKTT responsible for the case dockets report to General Khumalo until they were reassigned to alternative units. This personnel remain responsible for all investigations and resources allocated to them until a formal handover was completed in accordance with the established protocol. Likewise, crime intelligence personnel remain accountable to the relevant divisional and provincial commissioners until final arrangements were communicated. Comprehensive handover protocols for all ongoing investigations be established and implemented in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Service, Lieutenant General Hilda Sintumula. Detailed record of all handed over investigations be maintained and appended to the final report. All case dockets be handed over to a location to be designated by General Sintumule, who would establish a secure repository for same. PKTT members be assigned to other units within SAPS in consultation of General Sintumule.
You say reassigned, not assigned. Maybe there's not much of a difference, but in the statement you say reassigned.
Yes, Commissioner. Yes, Chair.
Please continue.
A detailed record of the redistributed resources be maintained and appended to the final report. The National Commissioner's witness statement before the Commission, he contends that on 15 February, I attended at his office.
January, I think you mean, General.
On 15 January 2025, I attended at his office where I found him in the presence of General Sebola. He alleges that I briefed him on the implementation plan, which was allegedly amended from the version that I presented on the previous day, and requested that he sign it. He further contends that he declined to sign the letter and informed me that he preferred the PKTT to be disbanded through a process of gradual winding down. According to his version, he instructed me to leave the matter with him, indicating that he would thereafter take the process forward himself. Whilst it is correct that the National Commissioner did not sign the implementation letter, this was not for the reasons he now advances. I reiterate that the true reason, as addressed above, is due to the fact that he regarded the implementation plan as an operational matter. This is further borne out by the email sent by General Sebola to my office on 16 January 2025, in which the implementation plan was forwarded. If the National Commissioner's version were correct, namely that on the 15th he instructed me to leave the matter with him and that he would thereafter take the process forward, there would have been no basis for Major General Sebola to transmit the implementation plan to me the very next day, considering the fact that on the 15th he said stop, leave everything to me. And General Sebola was there, according to the National Commissioner. Then the next morning, on the 16th, I still get correspondence from General Sibola. Now that should tell us that really, if that was correct, then General Sibola was wrong also to send me a document the next morning. This is particularly so given that on the National Commissioner's own version, General Sibola was present during the discussion of this very issue on the 15th January 2025. The conduct of General Sibola is therefore irreconcilable with the version now advanced by the National Commissioner. The contention now advanced by the National Commissioner that he instructed me to leave the matter with him constitutes a clear afterthought. It is contrived and it is advanced solely to bolster a retrospective narrative that I acted without authority in issuing the disbandment implementation plan. In amplification of this submission, I refer to paragraph 118 of the National Commissioner's witness statement, wherein he alleges that, following his purported discussion with me, he also engaged General Kumalo and instructed him to prepare a preliminary report in accordance with the Minister's directive on the 31st of December 2024. He further alleges that because this instruction emanated directly from him, it took precedence over my instruction of 17 January 2025. A copy of the relevant portion, his witness statement, is attached here to as annexer, marked SS15. May I read that relevant clause on annexer 15? And there's a specific reason why I believe that it is very much important, because can we go to page 217? My apology, Commissioners. I'm slow when it comes to. I want to refer specifically where the National Commissioner say, okay, at the later stage, the president, no, it is. Sorry, man. 117. Paragraph 117. On the 15th of January 2025, Lieutenant General Sibiya came to my office and found me with Major General Sibola. He briefed me on the prepared plan letter for the PKTT. He presented a plan letter directed to Lieutenant General Kumalo, which letter he requested that I sign. I did not sign the plan and told him I would prefer that it ultimately the PKTT was to be disbanded, which I was against. I did not want it to be abrupt, but rather be taken through the process of winding it down gradually. I told him to leave the matter with me, and I will continue with it myself and develop a report plan that the minister required. Lieutenant General Sibiya was well aware that, as the National Commissioner, only I had the authority to sign off the letter he wanted me to sign. Notwithstanding this, he proceeded to issue the same letter under his own name on the 17th of January 2025, without even changing the due date, which was stated as 16 January 2025. This letter was issued under Lieutenant General Sibiya's name after Lieutenant General Kumal and I briefed the minister on 16 January 2025 on Lieutenant General Sibiya's involvement and association with the criminal syndicates. I deal with this briefing later. Now, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General Kumalo. I told him to prepare a preliminary report as contained in the Minister's Directive of 31st December 2024, and that we should aim for 20 January 2025 to submit a report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya's instruction of 17 January. The reason why I wanted to read this, it pains me to see where the National Commissioner compares himself to me. I'm his subordinate. I report to him. He's my boss. He cannot say he gave an instruction and I also gave an instruction, and then his instruction took precedence over his because he's a National Commissioner. Whatever that I wrote or whatever that I submitted, all of it comes from the Office of the National Commissioner. Even if, let's say, the National Commissioner was not in agreement with the letter that was written by General Rabi, it was for the National Commissioner to say to General Rabi, but I don't agree with this. Under normal circumstances, in situations like those, when we have to come up with a strategy on how to fight, whether it's cash in transit or what, and the National Commissioner is not happy with the document, he will call all of us and say, I'm not happy with this. Sit down, put a document that I want, and he will give guidance and will say, I'm going. I'll come back at 12 o'clock midnight, and you must tell me that you must give me the document that I want. So to say, the National Commissioner said, leave it to me, I'll take it over and I'll do it myself. Then later he then also come and say, I told General Khumalo to ignore him, and then because of the fact that he's a National Commissioner, his instruction took precedence over mine. There was no competition there. He's my boss also. Whatever that he says goes. So I just wanted to bring that point to say that there was no competition here. What I did is what the National Commissioner was directing. And even as I was writing other letters, it's because the National Commissioner never said to me, stop, I'll take it up myself, I'll do it myself. He never said that to me. So I thought we were running smoothly with the National Commissioner. We kept on attending many other meetings with the National Commissioner, hoping that we are together with the National Commissioner. In the meantime, the National Commissioner was running with the hares and hunting with the hounds, where you you cannot play for two teams at the same time. You run with us here, you are with us, you cooperate with us, you support us here, and then on the other hand, that side, you go that side and you prevent the same plan that you implement in this side. Because why I'm saying that, if the National Commissioner said, leave it to me, I'll do it myself. It has never happened in the record of my involvement with the National Commissioner, because the bottom line, I'm senior to General Khumalo. He will say, no. Normally we'll even sit together and do it and fix it. Or he will call General Khumalo and others and say, let's work together, and then we'll sit in a boardroom, flash it there, and then start working on it. So there's this thing that the National Commissioner said, stop it, I'll do it myself. But then the next morning, I still get correspondence from the National Commissioner that says, sign it, proceed. Then I sign it and proceed. Now, that to me, I wanted the commissioners, chair, to look at it and really, with circumspect. Because I'm saying, there's no way that I could, I've never in my life, having worked with the National Commission, defied him or argued with him or differed with him in any way. Whatever that he said as the National Commission, I know his powers. I know that even if I'm the deputy, if tomorrow says, you are my deputy and I don't like the way I work with you because you don't listen, it doesn't need the minister or anybody to change me. He can just do it. I suffer the BS of the National Commissioner. So the National Commissioner would not have done that. Thank you very much. On that point, I'll proceed to the next slide. That's paragraph.
I think you're paragraph 93.
92. This amounts to a clear admission that he was fully aware of the letter I issued on 17 January 2025. His assertion that his instruction to General Khumalo took precedence over mine necessarily presupposes knowledge of my instruction. Absent such knowledge, there would have been no factual or logical basis upon which to assert the primacy of his instruction. On his own version, therefore, he confirmed that he was aware that I had issued the letter dated 17 of January 2025. This directly contradicts his contention that I had been instructed to leave the matter with him and that he would thereafter deal with it himself. The two versions cannot coexist, and his reliance on the alleged precedence of his instruction served only to expose the internal inconsistencies. On 5 of March 2025, the disbandment of the PKTT was debated before Portfolio Committee on Police in Parliament. Both the National Commissioner and General Mkhwanazi were present. But before I get that, I think it is important to note that the National Commissioner said, stop, I will do it myself. But there has been a number of subsequent meetings on the subject where I received invitation to be part of those meetings from the Office of the National Commissioner. So this tells one that if I said, hey, it looked like you don't know what you are doing, stop, I'll do it, I'll take it, I'll do it with General Khumalo, the two of us. Then, I don't know, would you really invite me again in other meetings to participate in those meetings when I'm useless? So, to me, it's something else.
Ukuxolisa kwami ukuthi kulungiswe isimo kuwe phambili bathi kuzongihlola ukuxolisa ngingaxoleka. Mhlawumbe abanye ngeke bese ba-attend ngisho
plan that you prepared, and you say there's inconsistency because National Commissioner says he then asked General Khumalo to produce a plan. Now the 20th of January comes. Whose plan was presented to the minister? Was it yours or the one that was prepared by General Khumalo?
It was the one that was presented by General Khumalo and General Masemola.
So he's correct that his instruction took precedence because what he presented to the minister is not what you produced, but what he asked General Khumalo to produce. Just as a matter of fact, not because we are debating.
He's correct, but there's only one thing that I want the commissioner to note, is the fact that that letter of the 22nd that was submitted by the National Commissioner, that was crafted by maybe General Khumalo, was only known to the two of them. I never received it. It was never sent to me. If I'm the General Khumalo reports to me, General Sintumile reports to me, the environment is mine. Now the National Commissioner, let's say he gave that instruction. Why don't you say, write an official letter that says, General Sibiya, we will take over from here, please relax, take it easy. And then from there, whatever that happens, let me not get involved. Now, the National Commissioner submit a document to the minister. I didn't know. And that document, even the minister apparently didn't receive or get. But I'm saying from where I'm sitting, I didn't know, I don't have it. One could ask a question and say, all right, is there any particular reason why it was only from General Khumalo to the minister and not me knowing or copied at least, so for me to know? Because I continued participating, writing letters. National Commissioner is aware that I'm writing letters. And then in the meantime, he told them this side that no, ignore him. I don't know that. I only heard as and when we were challenging in court and said, no, I told him to ignore him. But in the meantime, I was running with full speed. This side thinking that we are implementing, we are still together. In the meantime, my subordinates, this side were told, no, ignore him.
Thank you.
Now, on the 5th of March 2025, the disbandment of the PKTT was debated at Parliament. General Khumalo made a presentation to the Portfolio Committee. Part of the presentation included a report on the development regarding the PKTT. In this part of the presentation, General Kumalo highlighted his history behind the establishment of the PKTT as well as its accomplishment and triumphs. In the course of the meeting, the PKTT's budget was considered, with members of the Portfolio Committee expressing different perspectives on whether the expenditure could be regarded as yielding a commensurate value and an adequate return on investment. To avoid prolixity, I attach here to marked SS16 the relevant extract of the meeting transcript. The full transcript of the meeting can be made available on the Commission's report. General Mlambo presented the latter part of the SAP's presentation to the Portfolio Committee. In his address, General Mlambo confirmed the Minister's decision to disband the task team. Now, I'm not sure whether General Mlambo is a typo or it was intended to be General Kumalo, but I know General Kumalo presented, I was in Parliament. He further confirmed that the disbandment or disbandment of the PKTT would be effected through its transition from the PKTT to the serious and violent crime component, specifically the murder and robbery unit, within the Division of Detective and Forensic Service. This transition would allow the continued handling of cases under investigation as well as those presently before various courts. I pause to mention that a comparison of the above address and the contents of the communication which I had circulated on 17 January 2025 pertaining to the disbandment of the PKTT reveals no material difference.
General, are you asking us at paragraph 97 to make a correction? Because the statement has to reflect what you say. Where you say General Mlambo might be a typo for General Kumalo.
I want to put, I feel comfortable to say General Kumalo because I don't know General Mlambo.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you may proceed.
99. It is noteworthy to add further that neither the National Commissioner nor General Mkhwanazi raised any objection to the disbandment of the PKTT at the portfolio meeting, nor the proposed method of disbandment. Against this backdrop, it is concerning that the National Commissioner now seeks to distance himself from the developments relating to the disbandment of the PKTT and withdrawal of the case dockets. On 5 June 2025, the National Commissioner, okay, before I proceed to this, I want to talk to the presentation that was made in Parliament. General Kumalo presented about the fact that the minister has given a direction as to the disbandment of the PKTT, and he says there has been various meetings held in this regard, and that the PKTT has achieved the purpose for which they were established. 9 districts out of 10 have stabilized. Only one, eThekwini district, is the one that is still giving a headache. But all other 9, and he presented a map that shows green all the way, only one was red. And he said the PKTT can be used as a benchmark. And the docket will be taken now to the murder and robbery unit for further investigation. Now, this is something that we all were working on and agreed on, that no, now they must go to murder and robbery unit because this is where they belong. This is the mandate of the murder and robbery unit. So now, the docket, he said, will be taken there, and he did mention that in a phased-in approach. And then the very next day, they came with, I just think I must first read this until the end so that I don't run and then only to find that I leave important facts behind. On the 5th of June 2025, the National Commissioner approved the work study report. I pause to mention the comments of the National Commissioner appended to his approval, in which he instructed me to expedite the establishment of the murder and robbery unit. While I was not privy to any other specific discussions, if any, in relation to the Minister's directive to disband to disestablish the PKTT on the 31st of December 2024, regard being heard to the circumstances set out above, the directive did not come as a complete surprise to me, and at the very least ought not to have come as a surprise to the National Commissioner. But just for my sake, I just want to say, on the very next day, the 6th of January, the 6th of March, there is an implementation plan. I know the commissioners have seen it. On the 17th, it outlines the plan on how they are going to deal with it. On the 17th of March, they say they will hand over the dockets to the detectives and to the Eastern Cape so that they can be taken to the murder and robbery unit. Now, and I also want to refer to the Portfolio Committee's chairperson, who at some point, after hearing that there is a concern around the disbandment, he came out on TV, national TV, and he said, but you came to Parliament, you presented to Parliament, and nobody raised any concern. You were all in agreement that we are disbanding and that you are going to take the dockets there. Now we are surprised, why this now? So I just want to say, the narrative remains the same, that we were all together in saying there's no disagreement. Maybe, yes, the concern is whether now or when, or in phases. Let me not deviate from the statement and continue reading. Now, I want to get to the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi. I now proceed to address and canvass the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi during his testimony before the Commission on 17 September to 19 September 2025. I shall deal with this thematically. In summary, they can be grouped into the following categories: the withdrawal of the 121 case dockets, my reinstatement at SAPS and appointment as the Deputy National Commissioner, my time as City of Joburg, conversation extracted from Vuzimusikat Matlala's phone pertaining to my name, and other inconsistencies in his evidence. The sequence of events leading to the withdrawal of the dockets. On the 4th of February 2025, following my letter to General Khumalo on the 17th of January 2025, I addressed correspondence to General Khumalo and to General Sintumule, instructing her to comply with the Minister's directive, to engage with General Khumalo, and to ensure a proper handover of the PKTT's functions. A copy of the aforementioned correspondence is attached here to and marked as SS-17. In summary, SS-17 requires that the following steps be implemented at the direction of General Sintumule. A comprehensive status report of all cases was to be compiled. A consolidated case register was to be created, recording all matters handled by the PKTT, including the current status of court-going cases and cases still under investigation. All documentation relating to PKTT cases and project was to be formally booked into SAPS, SAPS 13, or otherwise accounted for if in the possession of the task team or stored at any designated facility. A complete inventory of all human and physical resources. That's the letter. I think that most of the information that is contained in the same letter. What is evident from the above is that there was no express instruction to withdraw dockets from the PKTT and have them stored at head office. I want to speak to this, but before, Commissioners, I want it to be clear that my involvement, I was not involved in the PKTT at all, and no any other person was involved except only 4 people: Minister, National Commissioner, General Kumalo, General Masemola, maybe General Sibiya of the Hawks, but he was not mostly involved, apparently. But only those 4. So we had nothing to do with the PKTT. But all of a sudden, the National Commissioner wrote to me on the 3rd and a message. He wrote to me an email that says, and I want us to read that email. I know the commissioners have seen it before, because what I want to repeat it and read it into the record, because this is what kept me in the game, what made me get involved. I was performing the duties as instructed. It says, by direction of the National Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is therefore directed to inform the relevant team. Now, the National Commissioner, I feel, could have easily referred to General Kumalo, because it's General Kumalo and General Mkwanazi who were involved there. As to why they're to be sent to General Sibiya, who's not involved completely, that is something else. But now, I am already involved. It's an instruction from the National Commissioner. The same email that I received from the Office of the National Commissioner, I forward to General Kumalo and say, as directed, please implement the minister's directive as per the email, and please ensure that on the 13th, I get the report, because the National Commissioner wanted it on the 14th. Now,
General, just to clarify, this was the email of 3rd January, which was at the time when General Mosikiri was acting National Commissioner.
Yes, but General Mosikiri was acting, but the National Commissioner, remember, also said, I called them and I told them to prepare reports. And then the question was, I don't know whether it was at the ad-hoc or here, where the National Commissioner said, I told them to prepare reports. Now, reports to say what? He said not to do anything, but to prepare reports. Now, the instruction that I have says, prepare a close-up report. It's a close-up report. And a close-up report is a close-up report. You can't say I send it to the Deputy National Commissioners to prepare, to write reports. Report to say what? Now, that is what happened basically. So that is how I got involved. Now, I want to say, as we were implementing, considering the fact that the National Commissioner said, leave it up to me, I'll do it, or said to General Kumalo, ignore him. I kept on writing letters. In the meantime, my boss said to my subordinate, ignore him. Now, we are now working separate ways. The only person who's in the center is the National Commissioner, who knows what is happening in this side and what is happening in this side. He said, ignore him. Then, all right. Then it gets to a point where now the National Commissioner, okay, in my case, all of a sudden, after the implementation plan, that was the action plan, that was actually crafted on the 6th of March. That says by the 17th we will be transferring the dockets to murder and robbery unit to the province. Now, come the 28th of January, the 27th, General Kumalo gave an instruction. Now, General Kumalo is crime intelligence. He's the coordinator of the PKTT. He gave an instruction to a Colonel Kumalo to go and collect the docket from KZN. The chairperson asked a question and say, why were the dockets taken from KZN to Gauteng? I don't know. I never gave any instructions to anyone to go fetch the dockets from KZ and bring them to Gauteng. Now, the dockets were taken from KZN, brought to head office. I only was told that the dockets have been handed over. Here is a, can we refer to the handing over report and the people that attended that handing over, because there are signatures of the individuals that were involved there to do a handing over. In my case, I've been involved, Chair, in many such handing overs, including the disbandment of the Scorpions into the DPCI. I am the one who, with Advocate Rothman, I was the head of investigations. Advocate Rothman was in general the head of the DPCI. All the dockets I was, and the projects, we had to take them to the police. We had to prepare reports. We had to look into each and every one, the status, and then so that we have a proper record of what we handed over. So to my advice was that just make sure that nothing falls in between the cracks, and that we don't lose cases because of this transition, and that we can account for each and every docket. Now the team met with General Sintumule, with General Kumalo, with those individual other police officials that were involved. They did the handing over. I am not even involved. At that time, I didn't even know that that process is happening. I know I've once written something that says it must happen. Now it's happening, but I didn't know. So now, General Kumalo reports to me, General Sintumule reports to me and said, 118 dockets have been brought, and then we've got them. So the team is still taking stock and also inspecting them so that we can check in which status they are. Then after some, I don't know whether it's a week or two, but after a month, 3 more dockets were brought of Namhla Mtwa in the Eastern Cape. This is the case that I allocated to General Kumalo more than a year ago to look into. They were also brought in. Now it's 121 dockets. Now, this 121 dockets, they are here at head office. I realize that in my mind, I say, these dockets are here. Immediately, I think a week thereafter, everybody now, because the dockets are here and they must now reach the stations where they belong, or murder and robbery unit where they belong. So General Sintumule says to me, I called General Mkhwanazi to discuss it with him, and General Mkhwanazi said, I don't want those dockets. Now when General Mkhwanazi says, I don't want those dockets,
but General, I know you do deal with that part of the narrative, that is that the dockets were offered to General Mkhwanazi and he refused to take them. Don't you think you want to deal with it as you go through your statement?
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah. General, on that note, your explanation now that you've just given about the handover process, as I see it, takes you to paragraph 115 of your statement. So perhaps you could just look at that to see whether that's correct.
Why, if the chair allows me, that I go according to the statement then, so because maybe there's a specific reason why the chair says I must just go according to the statement.
No, it's not a case of so much allowing you, but I think the point made by Ms. Hassim is in the explanation that you've been giving for the past few minutes, you have dealt with what starts from paragraph 103 up to, you said what, Ms. Hassan?
115.
Up to 115. So I think what you should do is just to consider whether you agree that that is indeed so. If you do, then you start from 115 or 116.
Can I go from 109?
From 109.
109. Well,
Yes, yes. I'm not pushing you to do that, General. If you feel you'll be skipping important parts that you would want to deal with, please feel free to indicate. So I'm not pushing you in any particular direction.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the indulgence, Chair. Because of this a subject that I've dealt with for such a long time, sometimes I tend to want to run on it. But in the meantime, legally speaking, they put facts the way they want them put. So I might be skipping some of the rules myself. So I'll read from 105 so that I just take it step by step.
105.
Tell me where to start, Chair.
I think, yeah, well...
Let's just let the General start.
106. You read 105 already.
I'll go from 106,
Yes.
Chair. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
What is evident from the above is that there was no express instruction to withdraw dockets from the PKTT and have them stored at head office. Not from me. On the contrary, the directives contemplated the proper recording, safeguarding, and management of case dockets and related documentation. The above interventions were reasonable and necessary measures that would ordinarily be implemented when disestablishing a team. They were aimed at ensuring that the integrity of evidence and pending cases was preserved, that ongoing investigations were not disrupted, while currently ensuring that proper and comprehensive reports were compiled for purpose of accountability and historical record keeping. Far from being untoward, these interventions were standard, appropriate, and to be expected in the orderly disestablishment of any team. Following the Portfolio Committee meeting that took place on 5 of March, a briefing on the disestablishment of the PKT took place on 6 March. At such a meeting, General Kumalo presented a briefing note to the Minister on the disbandment of the PKTT. A copy of this presentation is annexed here to marked as SS 18. Can we go to annex SS 18? Here is it. It's page 271, Chair. It says it's divided into 3 parts. The first one is activities, then responsibility, then the due date. The first one says approval of disbandment plan by the Minister of Police as the person responsible, and then the date is 2025-0306. Then stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is National Commissioner.
Sorry, General, where are you reading now? We do see the document. It starts at, I think, 330.
It does, yes. SS 18, is that the document you wish to refer to? That's a presentation to Parliament.
Not to Parliament, to the Minister.
To the Minister,
the 6th.
yes, 6th of March.
This one.
You are reading at which page?
330.
330.
It's 330, but I was reading now 337 because that is the most relevant one. Commissioner. But I think, Commissioner, with your permission, When I look at 331, I think 331, which means it's very much crucial, that says the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the establishment of the National Political Killing Task Team. And I'm sorry that one moment we call it National Political Killing and one moment we call it PKTT, but this is what it is. Various meetings has been held and a detailed progress report submitted to the Minister of Police. Now, it confirmed that various meetings were held. The disestablishment the disestablishment and or disbandment will take place, will take a form of a transition from NPKTT to component serious and violent crimes, murder and robbery unit within Division Detective and Forensic Service. The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those that are under investigation and those that are in court. This presentation will focus on the status of the investigation and the handover plan. So now, when I look at 337, the action plan, can I proceed? Now, when I look at the action plan, approval of the disbandment plan is the Minister of Police, and the due date is the 6th of March 2025. The stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is the National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Now, this is a stakeholder engagement. It means, because this is what's done by General Kumalo and the National Commissioner was there. When we talk about the stakeholder engagement with NPA, now it places it squarely, entirely on the shoulders of the National Commissioner now, including prioritization of the 114 cases. Now, approval of the new call-up instruction and final authority of 2025-2026 is National Commissioner on the 17th of March. Returning the docket under investigation to KZN and Eastern Cape is NPKTT Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective Service and Forensic. It is the 17th of March. To provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and National Commissioner's Crime Detection is a Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Service, both General Kumalo and General Sintumule, on the 31st of March 2025. And to submit the final close-up report to the Minister is Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective, Forensic on the 31st of March. Now, why I thought this is important, the dockets, the 121 dockets that were collected form part of the action plan. Whose action plan? Action plan that was crafted by the people that are in charge of the dockets, that says this is what we are going to do. And they implement that exactly. And how they implemented it, in one of the letters that I wrote, I said it must be handed over to the Divisional Commissioner, detectives. Now, I am in charge of 2 divisions. Both of them are my divisions, both of them. Now, I say, because you are crime intelligence, these belong into this space, murder and robbery unit. Just you do a handing over to this one. They don't have to bring the dockets to head office. They could both flown down, go and do it. They can still do it in the office and say, all right, here's the handing over, and then I'm handing over so many dockets and everything, and then General Sintumula will just confirm that I received so many dockets and this is how it works. So as to how the dockets were removed from KZN and brought to head office, that I didn't have any control over, Chairperson. So let me proceed with my statement. Evidence leader.
You had paragraph 110.
110. The presentation prepared by General Khumalo contains a detailed action plan recording the steps to be taken in the disestablishment of the PKTT, identifying the official responsible for each step, and stipulating the corresponding due dates for their completion. When regarded to the action plan that was prepared, it is apparent that one of its components was that the returning of the dockets under investigation to KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. This step was required to be completed by 17 March 2025. On the 27th of March 2025, I attended a follow-up ministerial meeting at SAPS, where the National Commissioner and General Khumalo presented an update entitled Disbandment of Political Killing Task Team. At that meeting, Minister Mkunu expressed his dissatisfaction that the National Commissioner had failed to act in accordance with his directive to disband the PKTT immediately. On the 28th of March 2025, the PKTT convener, General Khumalo, and General Sintumule, there was a typo here. It's written General Khumalo and General Khumalo, but it is a typo on one. Prepared a written handover report in terms of which General Khumalo handed over 118 dockets, a copy of this report is attached here to as Annexa SS-19. As is evident from the attendance register relating to the handover of the dockets attached here to SS-20, I was not present at the time when the dockets were handed over by General Khumalo. Can we just maybe run our eyes through SS-20 just to indicate the people who were there? I've got it. This is page 353. May I proceed? Yes. Chair, this is the handing over documents or docket under investigation by CI. Now, as you can see, the first person is Lieutenant General Sintumule, the second one is Lieutenant General Khumalo, and then Brigadier Kupoditata, and then I don't know whether it's Ramukuba or then Mdluli, then Mhloko, then Ketseke, and Kebekulu. So these are the people, and then each one of them on the side here, there's a disclaimer that says, I, the undersigned, attending official meeting for a specific purpose where matters of sensitive government directives will be disclosed. I solemnly declare that so this one was just a declaration to say that I won't leak information, I won't do that. But what I wanted to just bring to the attention of the commissioners is that there was a big team that was put together to say, go through this document so that whatever that we receive, we can account. And that tomorrow we are not going to be blamed for whatever reason. So when they took it, they then even went to an extent of saying, we are inspecting this docket. And I think when they inspected those dockets, they wanted to make sure that tomorrow they are all covered. And they inspected the dockets and they produced a report.
General, I'm going to pause you there just because you're going off the statement again, and I know that you are going to be dealing with the issue of the inspection report. So I'm just letting you know that you may want to stick to what you've said in the statement.
Yes, no, I'm going back. I've already shifted the document.
General, as you go through the statement, please clarify this for me. On whose instructions was General Sintumule acting? How did she become involved in all of this?
General.
Moment. Remember, you are in paragraph 28. You've just asked us to make a correction to say it's General Khumalo and General Sintumule. Sorry, 113 on page 38. So as you explain that and you go through your statement, just clarify for me how General Sintumule becomes involved. We've got her version, but maybe from how you remember it, you can just clarify for us.
As I indicated earlier, commissioners, I have two divisional commissioners. I don't deal with the ground. Now, the two divisional commissioners, Divisional Commissioner CI, Crime Intelligence, who is also doing the political killing testing, must hand over to General Sintumule, under whose mandate the murder and robbery unit fall. So this one must hand over to this one.
Is that your instruction, that this one must hand over the dockets to the other one?
That's correct.
Yes, because the reason I'm asking is I had understood you earlier to be saying you gave no instruction and you had nothing to do with the handover of the dockets. That's why I was a bit confused. So I needed that clarity so that I understand. How did General Sintumule get to decide that she must get dockets from General Kumalo? So you're saying you are the one who instructed General Kumalo to hand over the dockets to General Sintumule?
Yes. That's the first point. The second point is that based on their action plan themselves, they said this is what we are going to do. Themselves, they came up with an action plan. This is the action plan they came up with and said this is what we are going to do. But it was inevitable anyway because General Sintumule, it is her role, it is her department. So my instruction was just to say, give from this one to this one. So this is how she got involved. But what I never gave, the instruction that I never gave was to say, go get the dockets from KZ and bring them to head office. That never happened. I'm going now on paragraph 114. On the 22nd of April 2025, I followed up with Divisional Commissioner on the implementation of the Minister Mkunu's directive. A copy of my follow-up letter is attached here to as annexer SS21. This was as a result of the fact that the dockets were now taken to head office because now the dockets were here and I had to push now that something must happen so that they don't stay there and gather dust at head office. On the 23rd of April 2020, to the investigation a copy of the handing over schedule addressed to General Sintumule is attached, marked as now you can see the difference of April and then this one ended over on the 28th of March, which is almost a month thereafter when the three dockets were now taken to General Sintumule. So it is imperative that I emphasize that the dockets were not taken to be stored at head office. They were to be taken to where the investigations could continue. Alternatively to their station of origin as contemplated in the
of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping. I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers.
May I read into the next SS 23? It's not here. That's fine.
General.
No. 353 is a
3 of 10.
Now, this is the, when you look at 356 to 422, I'm not going to go through case by commissioners, but what I want to demonstrate here is that this docket, when you look at the columns, from column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns, the first one, it will be the station and the case, let's say the crime committed, then the case number, then the description of what happened, and the IO involved in the outstanding investigations and who's the victim. I'm not going to enter into that space of the names and the victim just to protect the families. But what I want to say is that when you look at the first case of Harding,
Perhaps General, you should start by saying what is the document on page 356 and the one at 422 that you say we should compare with. If you would just describe the document itself.
This
reading of the document does assist.
Commissioner, understand from where the commissioner is coming from.
Well, what I'm asking you to do is, before you discuss the information that is in page 356, in the report in 356, you first say, what is this document?
This is a progress report of political killing cases that were, as they were inspecting each and every docket.
Yes.
And then they had to prepare a report. Per docket.
Okay. And then 422, that you say we should compare with, what is that document?
Allow me to go to 422. All right. Now, 422, as you can see that later, the document that was drawn up during the handing over, it's a document that it is an inspection report of the status and the conditions under which we found these files. This file was last seen, this is what it was about, and this was the crime committed. And then this is when last this file was seen, was inspected or worked on. But when you look at the next one, the one of 422, it's like a document to try and cover or maybe oppose the first document that we produced, because this one was not there initially. But I'll get to it when I get to it. Can I proceed on this one?
No, I just wanted for the record for us to know what documents we are comparing. I'm happy with your description. You can proceed.
Now, when you look at this 356, and you look at column 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth column, Chair, the fourth column, you will see a sergeant name, and then you'll see, I want us to concentrate on the last day of investigation date. This is only what we are going to, and then maybe at some point where there's a need, we'll say, in the last paragraph, you'll see whether, for instance, not political related, what is it about? So only those two ones we will see. Now, when you look at the first one, it says, the heading one is 2023-03-24. This is the last day of investigation in the investigation diary of that case, which means this docket was last opened more than a year. It was not touched. When you look at the next one, it's 2024-12-14. But I want to take you to number 5, Muden. This docket, the last day of investigation was date 2022-08-24. Then you page again, you go to number 7, Umkomas matter. It's a murder case, drug related. It says, the last day of the investigation date was 2020-03-30, which means this docket was already not being worked on for almost 5 years. When you go to, I'm picking number 9, Umlazi. It was last seen on 2023-08-16. But when you go to number 10 of Escort, the last day of investigation is 2019. These are the dockets now that are sitting somewhere in a corner and gathering dust. When you look at 11, Thornville 1, this investigation, the last investigation date was 2021-11-06. When you go to 13, Kwanongoma, the last day of investigation of the matter is 2023-09-17. And I'm not going to go all because there are too many, Chair. And of course, there will be few that are on the 2025, 2024, so that it doesn't look like I'm only picking the West one. Because that question might come and say, why are you just picking on the one that you want us to know about? But what I wanted to say is that go to 23. Let's say 22 and 23. 22 is Paddock. The last day of investigation is 2022. You go to the one 2023, to number 23 is 2020-14. You go to 2024, number 24, the last day of investigation is 2019. So if you go on and on, Chair, is the same situation. All these dockets, I can go up to, let's say, for instance, go to 48 and 47. The last day of investigation is 2020, 06-26. 48 is 2021, 05-19. You go to 49, Melmoth is 2022, 05-10. So let me end here, just to save time. But I want to say, we didn't take the docket, store them at head office. They are gathering dust somewhere in my office. I've never seen even a single docket to date. I've never seen even one. There's never been in my office. I don't have a safe in my office, nor an archive. I've never had any docket sitting in my office gathering dust at all. But I was just showing this, and then I will go back to the statement, Chair. Now, we were at paragraph.
Before you go to the statement, General, did you receive a report, this report? I mean, surely you expected that the report will come to you.
Yes, I did receive the copy of the report, and then there was one that was also crafted by General Motsepe, but I think that one was crafted well after the press conference.
Yes, I think the point of my question is, so you would have come to know what dockets there are, what is contained in the dockets, and what is the status of the dockets.
This report, yes, I got it.
Thank you.
Can I proceed? Chair, evidence leader, you'll advise me. I'm at paragraph 119.
Yes, you are.
All right. 118, my observation of the status of the 121 dockets handed over is that many of them had not been worked on since 2018. It is therefore incorrect and malafide to attribute any investigative delays to me, as these dockets were only under head office control for a period of 3 months. In preparation, in paragraph 142 of General Mkhwanazi's statement, he states that at the time of removal from the task team, 5 of the dockets that were removed allegedly already contained instructions to arrest named suspects, and that the arrests were not effected while the dockets were under my control for reasons not known to him. I want to categorically deny or make it clear that I never had any docket in my possession. I didn't delay any docket. I didn't even have any insight of any docket. I wouldn't have known that there is this docket that is due, because the people who did a handing over was General Sintumula and General Kumalo, and General Sintumula was part of the handing over, would have known about certain dockets that they will have arrest warrants. I wouldn't have known.
General, I don't think this is controversial, maybe just so that we correct it. In the second line, your statement says 2019, but when you read, you said 2018. And then the period of 3 months, I think it's also not controversial that it was actually 5. You've already testified that the dockets were taken on the 28th of March, and they were returned sometime in August. So that's a 5-month period and not 3 months as recorded in your statement. I don't think that is controversial. It's just a matter of correcting it as we go along.
Yes, even in mine is 2019, but what I know is that when you page through, you will find one that says 2018, 1 or 2. That's why, as I was writing myself, I said 18, but I accept it's just a typo. Even if it was I was to go with 2019, still fine, Chair.
And then the 3 months, the last sentence of that paragraph. The dockets were taken on 28 March and they were returned in August.
Yes.
So that is 5 months, not 3 months.
Yes.
Because March takes you to June, that's 3 months. July, August, that's 5.
Yes. Now, I'm tempted, Chair, to address this issue of why they were there for that period. But on the other hand, I may find that, like the evidence leader already warned me that now you are deviating again from your statement. I'm going to go through the statement, but I don't know whether somewhere I will get a... Let me go with the statement. Because...
But General, do you agree that we changed the 3 months, last line of 118 to 5 months? That's the point Commissioner Kumalo was raising. Or not?
Chair, there was a sort of a confusion in between, such
leave aside the 3 Eastern Cape dockets.
Yes.
Just looking at the bulk of the dockets.
Yes, when I said there was a sort of a confusion somewhere in between, they were there, and then at the time up until when I was myself suspended, then they went at a particular time, which may have now pushed it to 5 months.
We won't change it then. I did not want to invite a debate.
So,
let's leave it at your 3 months.
Yes, I would say 3 months, even if it's 5 months, is to me personally.
Let's leave it.
It's a delay long enough.
Let's leave it. Let's leave it. Please continue.
In paragraph 119. 119. In paragraph 142 of General Mkhwana's statement, he states that at the time of the removal from the task team, 5 dockets that were removed allegedly already contained the instruction to arrest named suspects and that the arrests were not effected while the dockets were under my control for reasons not known. I still believe that if there were dockets that were ready to be arrested, they could have themselves effected those arrests because they had warrant of arrest. But there was no dockets, apparently, according to the report that I saw drafted by General Motsepe, that had a warrant of arrest. If there's any...
I think on this, please go by what you have in your statement, because you do make the point about there being no J50s and so on in the docket. So please don't speak to it. Just
thanks a lot, Chair.
Because otherwise it causes delays.
Thanks a lot, Chair. The tenor of General Mkhwana's testimony reflects an attempt to shape a narrative adverse to me and to impugn my reputation. A consideration of SS23 demonstrates that, contrary to General Mkhwana's allegations that 5 of the dockets that were removed allegedly already contained instructions to arrest named suspects, only 4 dockets contained instructions to arrest, which appeared to originate from the investigating officer, and not 5 as alleged. Significantly, none of these dockets contained signed J50 forms. A J50 form is a formal warrant of arrest issued by a magistrate or judge authorizing the police to arrest a named suspect. So the absence of such signed J50 form demonstrates that even where internal arrest instructions existed, the process had not progressed to the point of securing judicial authorization. Furthermore, and notwithstanding that there were only 4 dockets which contained any instructions to arrest named suspects, the objective documentary records reflect the following. The first docket directing the arrest of a named suspect recorded the last day of investigation to be 24 August 2022. 3 years. And they didn't arrest that suspect within that 3 years. The second docket recorded the last day of investigation, 17 February 2023. The third docket recorded the last day of investigation of 17 September 2023, and the last docket records the last day of investigation on 24 March 2023. These are the dockets that were said to be ready for arrest. But look at where they come from, without the PKTT themselves not having effected this arrest over this period of time. It is demonstrably and plainly false to suggest that the failure to effect this arrest or the alleged inability of the PKTT to act was because the dockets were sitting at head office under my control. By the time any question arose about the dockets being at head office, the investigation had long since reached a recorded conclusion, and the arrest could and should already have been effected. It is disingenuous and deeply troubling that General Mkhwanazi now seeks to shift responsibility for this long outstanding arrest onto me. The fact remains that the PKTT failed to act in 2022 and 2023, despite arrest instructions and fully investigated matters. They just never acted on them. Additionally, this report makes plain that the overwhelming majority of dockets within the remit of the PKTT were long stagnant. Only 18% of the dockets reflect a last day of investigation in 2025. A further 21% recorded a last day of investigation in 2024, and 22% recorded a last day of investigation as far back as 2023. Beyond this, a not significant number of dockets show even earlier last days of investigation dates, some dating to 2017, 2018, even 2019. This is when this is the last date when they had a look at these dockets themselves. These figures belie any assertion that the PKTT was functioning effectively or making meaningful investigative progress. To the contrary, they reveal a pattern of dormancy and stagnation over a prolonged period, despite the team having been allocated substantial budget, resources, and operational support. General Mkhwanazi has
Sorry, General. What entry is made in a docket to indicate the last date of
There's something about mom's touch. It makes cough, headache, and blocked nose go poof.
It's more than just my touch. It's Vicks VapoRub. It relieves nasal congestion, cough, body ache, headache, and muscle stiffness for a good night's sleep. Vicks VapoRub.
Your case where you write your record every day. Now, in the case of a docket, there's got a C part of it, C5. Now here, from the first information of crime, where you write, then you will write first information of crime as per A1. Interviewed complainant, and then Mrs. So-and-so, he alleges 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then he gave me a list of witnesses to interview. I interviewed so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so. Statement of witness so-and-so attached here to as annexure so-and-so. Statement of so-and-so attached here to as annexure so-and-so. You go now to a point where you say you received this evidence that you attached now in the B side of the document, and then you got this medical document or certificate that you also attach in the document. But everything that you do, you make entries in the investigation diary. Now, to an extent that when you have now, let's say, the supervisor now.
So there you note what you have done.
Yes, and then it is also communication between the supervisor and the investigating officer. Sometimes even the prosecutors will write in the investigation diary. Now, every now and then you will bring the docket for inspection to your supervisor. As a supervisor, I'll write with a red pen now and say, this docket have been too long outstanding, or interview so-and-so, or sometimes I'll guide you as the investigator. Let's say it's a murder case. It's a complicated case. Sometimes you're telling me what you have done. Then I say to you, all right, I think you must also do 1, 2, 3, 4, consider do 1, 2, 3, 4. I write in the docket. And then once you have also received your, let's say, you are at a point where you want to arrest, you will say, now the docket is fully completed, it's going to be discussed with the prosecutor. Then it goes to the prosecutor. The prosecutor will read the docket and then certain the facts and then advise on the investigation diary as well. Or either put an annexer typed, but mostly they write also in the docket, and then the investigative officer now is guided, then run on the inquiries of the prosecutor. Now, the last date in the docket, you will see that if the last date is 2018, where is this docket? Where was this docket all along? It's somewhere. It's not being worked on. And we've got a lot of them in this report. These are the dockets that were said to be gathering dust in my office, but they were not being attended to anyway.
Thank you. I follow that.
General, can I just clarify? When in that paragraph 127, where you say these figures belie any assertion that the PKTT was functioning effectively or making meaningful investigative progress, is this a general statement about the PKTT, or you referring just to the dockets that you had? Because the evidence that we've had is that the 118 are not the sum of what the PKTT has had to deal with since it was formed.
I'm indicating the fact that there's a notion that says that the PKTT is the most effective, hardworking, prolific team that is operating. But under the circumstances where I'm sitting with so many dockets that were last seen in 2018, 2017, 2020, I can't say they were effective at all.
You say even in respect of past dockets that were not part of the 118?
Yes.
And you say in respect of past dockets, you say that because as I understand from this report, and again, it's just trying to clarify your position, that this report speaks to what was availed in compliance with your instruction to General Sintumule, which is 118 dockets. And then you've gone through ones that were last investigated some years back over a period. And you comment that that is evidence that the PKTT, that it's a lie, that the PKTT was effective. And I'm trying to understand that from these 118 dockets, you make the statement that in its life, therefore, the PKTT was never effective. I'm just trying to understand whether you confine yourself to the 118 or you're saying since it was formed in 2018, it was never effective.
Well, I'm going to speak as an experienced investigating officer now from my corner, not in connection with the PKTT alone. I'm saying, even though the PKTT provided documents and they can put their dockets here and they say these are our successes, I have a document that I've prepared that along the way we are going to discuss about it, where I say I've got so many cases that are between 1 year and 5 years. I want to know, why do we still have a docket as long as between 1 year and 5 years? Why do I have a docket that is between, how many dockets in the country per province? That says, I've got so many dockets that are between let's say 5 years and 10 years. Why do we have so many dockets? The reason why I'm taking this route, commissioners, I want to say, the fact that they say to you, remember they prepared the report, that's it, these are our successes. But you may find that the success they spoke about, a docket that was supposed to have been completed in 2 years was completed in 5 years. It does not necessarily mean that they are effective still, even though it was a success. To me, a successful and a very strong team, I say, and that is what is the report that we produced, that was approved even by the National Commissioner, to say, I have so many dockets in respective environments that are, you find that, let's say in crime intelligence, we've got dockets that are 20 years old and over. Now, I ask myself a question, why do I have a docket that is 20 years old?
Okay. Let me interrupt you because I think you're going wider than what I was seeking clarification on. We will come back to it, but let me maybe highlight this to explain my question. What I wanted to understand, and I'm not asking you to respond now, we can deal with it later, is you have highlighted from this report a number of cases by year that were last investigated, and you highlight them to demonstrate that as you say in paragraph 127, that in fact they were not as effective and successful as they have claimed to be. That's how I've understood what you were doing with that table. And my question was, do you, on the basis of what you have highlighted or what you have found in this report, is it the sole basis on which you say they were not effective since they were formed? I want to suggest to you, because of how you're answering, I want to suggest to you that pack it, because I know there will be a much more detailed discussion about this, and pack it and keep it in mind, and then we'll get back to it at that time. But that's really what I'm asking you. Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Paragraph
128.
128. General Mkwanazi has now gone so far as to claim that the relevant arrests were effected within a week of the dockets being returned to KwaZulu-Natal. This assertion is, with respect, incongruous and unimpressive when one has regard to the fact that there were no signed J50 forms in respect of these dockets, coupled with the fact that the PKTT had possession of arrest instructions for more than 3 years without acting on them. The suggestion that it suddenly acted with exceptional efficiency once the dockets were returned to KZN is implausible and calls into question the credibility of that claim. My worry is that I think we've also heard the National Commissioner said people are being arrested now that the dockets have been returned to KZN. But if indeed it is those documents, the dockets that we are talking about, they were there for more than 3 years without being arrested. But be that as it may, in paragraph 129, more significantly, General Mkhwanazi has not disclosed to this commission or to the public why these arrests were not effected when they should have been, and why the last recorded day of investigation in these dockets date back as far as 3 years ago, notwithstanding that the suspects were already identified and named. Furthermore, emphasis must be placed on the fact that when General Sintumule attempted to transfer the docket back to KZN as contemplated by General Khumalo's action plan presented on 6 of March 2025, General Mkhwanazi refused to accept them into the province. Accordingly, it is his refusal that directly contributed to the delay in advancing the investigations and not my conduct. Commissioners, General Sintumule was here, and she also said they were not meant to be kept at Testifies. They were in transit to go to KZN, but when she made a call to General Mkhwanazi rejected them. Chairperson, with respect, allow me to raise this one. I'm not being critical, but I'm just putting it with respect, Chair. When the Chair says, I don't know who gave an instruction, when they said General Mkhwanazi rejected the docket because he felt that this docket, he didn't know how they left the province, and the Chair said, I can put myself in General Mkhwanazi's shoes. I can put myself in General Mkhwanazi's shoes because this docket were taken, I was not told, I didn't know how. I still believe, Chair, that too. That you failed the people of South Africa and you must apologize. I am the very first one to stand up. Immediately after, when this thing exploded to the media, I realized that we are now embarrassing ourselves, we are embarrassing the police, we are putting the police into disrepute, we are embarrassing government. And then I said to the people of South Africa, I really apologize that we have to go through this, and we as the management of the police, we have to do this to the people of South Africa. I'm the first one to say I apologize. I was even mocked. They created the body of a dead person who says, I apologize. But I apologize because to me, it's an embarrassment. Commissioner, I come back 37 years old, 37 years doing this job. Now, to me, I felt embarrassed, and I grew up the rank. Like all of them, there's no a single detective, especially in the DPCI, who can say to you, all of them have worked under me, all of them. In the whole country, as we speak. Now, I'm just saying, it's not like I'm talking from somewhere who doesn't know what he's doing. I apologize, I felt bad. I have the qualifications for the position that I'm in. Even the one of the hawks that was advertised, they put the qualifications, I applied because I have the qualifications. So I'm just saying, Commissioner, I apologized, but I wanted to address this fact that says, the fact that General Mkhwanazi rejected those dockets on its own shouldn't have been allowed. The National Commissioner was supposed to say, General, we have the dockets here. We already agreed to the minister that this docket must go there. And now we cannot say no when the docket must come because we already agreed to the minister in terms of the action plan. But the National Commissioner didn't do that. Instead, what he did, he said, let General Sibiya then apply his mind and maybe make sure that this docket receive attention. That's when we had to then apply, because of the fact that we can't send people from Gauteng to KZN to the place they don't know. And they need to be backed up, to be supported. They need to sleep at the hotel. And some of them, they will start now studying the docket, then going to meet people. Now, it's a process. And that was caused by what? By the fact that General Mkhwanazi said, no, I don't want this docket in my province. That's the cause of the delay of everything. But I don't say I'm distancing myself from the confusion. Commissioners, I'm not saying I didn't participate. I accept my role in the whole confusion. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Let me proceed.
You read paragraph 131.
My reinstatement to SAPS and appointment as the Deputy National Commissioner. General Mkhwanazi sought to make much of the fact that the SAPS did not oppose my appeal to the Labour Court, challenging the Labour Court decision not to grant my reinstatement request, after the Labour Court had found my dismissal to be substantively and procedurally unfair, and further that approximately a year after my reinstatement, I was appointed as a Deputy National Commissioner. This emphasis is misplaced and misleading. The police fired me unlawfully so, and I challenged, and General Ntlamasa, and the court agreed with me that he made a false statement under oath, and that he lacks honor and integrity, and that I was falsely accused and everything. And the police then tried to object to my reinstatement. They even mentioned the fact that his position has already been filled. The judge said, no, even if it's been filled, the police, you can still place him somewhere. Even myself, I said, I don't mind going back. Even if you put me somewhere in a corner and give a chair, I'll sit there as long as I'm back at the police, because this is where my career is. That's why I left there, came back to the police, because it was a long outstanding court battle at the Labour Appeal Court. And when the Labour Appeal Court gave me that option, I grabbed it. By portraying these events as if they were irregular or suggestive of wrongdoing, General Mkhwanazi distorts their true significance and seeks to impugn my integrity without factual basis. While I cannot speak to the reasons why SAPS elected not to oppose my appeal, I am aware that such a decision would have been taken on the basis of its own legal advice and internal considerations. The uncontested fact remains that the Labour Appeal Court found my dismissal unfair and ordered that I be reinstated at the position. I would have been as if I never left. SAPS took a decision not to pursue an unmeritorious opposition of the appeal, and my later appointment complied with not only all applicable procedures and standards, but with the Labour Appeal Court. So,
Labour Appeal Court order.
The Labour Appeal Court order, yes. That's the Labour Appeal Court order. The Labour Court actually ruled in my favor, but didn't reinstate. I was still not happy, and then I went back and said, but Judge, you said all the right things about me, that I was unlawfully, and you mentioned everything, that it was unfair and procedural, but you don't reinstate me. And the judge said, no, go back to work. And I must say, to me, the excitement of just going back to the work, because I joined the police when I was 20 years old. I was very young, and I grew up in the police. Now, where I was earning comfortably more more than even the National Commissioner. But because of my work is to fight crime and I grew up in the police, I was not comfortable to work in a political environment like in the city of Joburg just because there's money. I opted to go back with the hope that they are not going to take my salary down. But when I came to the police then, we were negotiating my salary because they said to me, you cannot come here and you want to earn a salary more than the National Commissioner. And then I wasn't signing because I was still going between the lawyer and to them, but they want to take my salary down. Then they said, okay, sign here so that at least a month and you are in the court, you are going to get your salary. Then they started with 1.5. That's what happened. Then I started there with the hope that we'll negotiate my salary. I never got to get to that point because along the way I was then promoted, which took my salary almost closer. Then I kept quiet because I was then doing my work on a daily basis. I'm proceeding. I know I'm wasting your time, evidence. The way you look at me, I'm worried sometimes. You threaten me.
We have limited time, General. Let's continue.
Yeah, I see. And when I look at you, I get worried. General Mkhwanazi's attempt to characterize this reinstatement and appointment as untoward or irregular is therefore unfounded. More importantly, it reflects either a fundamental misunderstanding of the legal effects of the court order, or a deliberate effort to cast a lawful process in an adverse light. In either event, the attempt is unwarranted, and when viewed in the broader context of the evidence telling, I further refer the Commission to paragraph 23 to 29 of this affidavit. General Mkhwanazi further takes issue with the fact that my appointment as Deputy National Commissioner occurred approximately 1 year after my reinstatement to SAPS, seemingly to suggest that the timing of the appointment reflects adversely on my suitability. This criticism overlooks my demonstrable permanence during the intervention period and is unwarranted.
Keep going.
Now, what I want to point out, I was promoted to become a Major General in 2010. General Mkhwanazi was promoted to become a Major General in 2011. 4 months into his new appointment, he was appointed to be the acting National Commissioner of the Police. And there were concerns raised by the Lieutenant Generals and the Deputy National Generals and say, this is our subordinate. We can't stand up when he walks in and he just got promoted now. Overnight, he was promoted to become a Deputy Lieutenant General. Overnight. So that he can continue to act as the National Commissioner. Of which was removed within, I think, 7 months into that position. Because what I want to say is that
does his testimony not say that he opted out? Am I mistaken?
I choose to disagree, Chair.
All right, let's.
Yes, I choose to disagree on that one.
All right, thank you.
Yes, but be that as it may, Chair, he's querying the fact that I was appointed a general from 2010 and I was reinstated as if I never left to 2022, which makes it something like 13 years, a Major General. But where I was a head of department still. I progressed. I was working very hard wherever I've been. Now, for him to say I was not supposed to have been promoted, it's as if I could say, look who is talking. Because I was promoted in 2010, was promoted in 2011. But the fact that he was promoted into acting as a national commissioner due to political reasons or political intervention, because it is a presidential prerogative as to who he appoints, maybe, but the person must be competent and suitable. They appointed General Mkhwanasi. And the procedure in the police that you must at least stay 2 years in a rank before you can be promoted to the next rank. Now, in 2011, we became a Major General. But within 2011, we became an acting National Commissioner. And as the other seniors objected, within a night, overnight, he became a Lieutenant General. That made him now to be able to continue acting as the National Commissioner.
And which year is this? The promotion is in 2011?
2011.
Still 2011?
Still 2011. That's the period I was deeply involved in the Richard Mdluli matter. At some point, I attended a meeting with him to go and see President Zuma in relation to the same Richard Mdluli matter. So I just want to end there. So,
Paragraph 136.
Following my return, I was appointed as component head, organized crime. In that capacity, I revitalized the National Organized Crime Secretariat, re-establishing it as a functional national forum through which all provinces to coordinate and reported on organized crime project during this period. The number of active organized crime projects increased from 24 to 74, accompanied by a marked improvement in overall organizational performance within the organized crime environment. The interval between my reinstatement and subsequent promotion to Deputy National Commissioner therefore reflects a period of demonstrable service and performance at a senior level, rather than any lack of suitability for appointment. It is telling that despite a demonstrable record of performance and institutional confidence, the criticism persists and is directed at peripheral considerations rather than merit.
Now, General, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like from paragraph 139 to paragraph 151, it looks like you have already dealt with the content of those paragraphs. Do you want to just run your eyes through them and see if you agree? Of course, the heading, let's place the heading on record, my time at City of Johannesburg.
May I ask for the judge guidance in this regard? Why I'm saying this, Judge, the chairperson's guidance. To me, the City of Joburg is really a non-issue. And it's in fact a disturbance. Why I'm saying this? I found myself facing disciplinary hearing, facing criminal investigation, facing ad hoc commission, facing the Madlanga commission. All of these people, every day I'm going to that lawyer to meet this one for labor, I'm going to that one to meet this one for this one. Every day someone is talking about you, you've got to listen to this one. This one was talking about you, you've got to listen to you. I call the lawyer and say, please listen to so-and-so talking to me. They say, we can't sit and listen, we've got to wait for the commission to send us the statement. Now, this side issue of the City of Joburg, it is matters that were investigated, re-investigated, double investigated again by other role players, public protectors, the Hawks, Lord, with the same person complaining, refusing to accept the results. Now, to me, I'm sitting here wasting my time on having to respond to the issues of City of Joburg, where they were ventilated, and they were investigated properly. Even the Hawks investigated, and the DPP declined to prosecute. The public protector cleared me. There's been many legal. So I just want to say, if the chairperson is saying, look, we are comfortable, I will walk through and leave it. But this is a thing that I was prepared to address once and for all, because there's no grabber, there's no spying equipment. These are the allegations. There's no corruption that I was ever involved in the city of Joburg. To me, it's a complete waste of time to deal with the city of Joburg at this point in time.
Ms. Killian, do you wish to comment on this?
I think what we've heard up to now, Chair, covers most of the topics that were ventilated by other witnesses, and I think we can move on to paragraph 158.
Or not even 152, to 158. 150, oh, sorry, 155.
Can I come in, Chair?
Yes.
I think it's paragraph 155.
Just a minute. 150, 155. Thank you. 155, General.
Thank you, Chair. When I was asking, Chair, whether I can come in, if there's going to be any question that comes from the city of Joburg in relation to the city of Joburg, then it compels me to go through my statement. But if the chairperson says we've dealt with it and we are happy, then I can say let's go. But if at some point I'm going to be expected to respond to the city of Joburg, like I'm saying, to me, really, the city of Joburg is just one of those distraction that I'm facing. It's being pushed to just distract me and keep me more busy than what I'm facing now.
No, the point is more this, General. Because sometimes you go ahead of the part of the narrative where you are. So you end up dealing with parts of your statement that come later. You end up dealing with those earlier. So it's on that basis that we say we think you have dealt with the parts that we referred to. That cannot mean that you will not be questioned on those parts. If there's a need for you to be questioned on those parts, you will. And I don't think you will be prejudiced because you know the story. You know about Joburg, and you say you've been engaged about it by so many persons and entities. So you know about it. It's not as if you'll be taken by surprise if you are questioned on it. Am I making sense?
You do, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. 155, then start with the heading.
Maybe before you do that, General, let me just clarify something so that there's no confusion, at least in my head. When you spoke earlier, and I'm asking just to clarify, not because I think there's any significance to it. It comes from what you said. You were speaking about General Mkwanazi's comments about your promotion after you returned, and then you said something about, I think you said policy is that you get promoted, there's no, within.
Stay at least 2 years in that rank before you can start applying for another position or be promoted to the next level. Okay. But 2 years is where you need to push for that. In other words, if I was promoted as a Major General in 2010, within 2011, and all of a sudden I'm again promoted, it's considered to be an irregular appointment. Okay. And that is why you had one of the witnesses testifying in the ad hoc commission about the possible appointment, I think General Kumalo, if I'm not sure, but I don't want to get into that space because it's not my testimony.
Yes, and you say General Mkwanazi was promoted outside of that policy, or contrary to that policy?
Yes, because he was promoted in 2011.
Yeah.
And then within that year, he was promoted to become the acting national commissioner.
Okay.
And then within a day, I think a day or two, was then promoted to become a lieutenant general.
Okay. The reason I ask, and you can say if it is a typo, and I'm really trying to see if it's a hard and fast rule that was complied with all the time. In your statement, you explain that you returned to the SEPS in 2022 July in the role of in the position of, or rank rather, of Major General. And then in the next paragraph, you say in July 2023, which is a year later, you were then promoted to Lieutenant General. That seems to suggest that rule was not consistently applied in the SEPS.
No, I think the commissioner is making a mistake. Remember, I was promoted as a Major General in 2010.
Okay.
And I was reinstated
As a Major General.
as a Major General, as if I never left.
Okay, I understand.
So which means it comes all the way.
Okay, now I'm answered. I'm answered. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can now go to 155.
One
page
155.
155.
And you can start with the heading.
Chair, as she told me to go through to 155, and when I see this, I know I've addressed it, but when I look at, for instance, 152, when I say a case against me, no, Chair, what I was saying is, what is the Chair saying?
We were discussing issues around what time we should break for the day. Please continue with the point you were making.
What I wanted to say, Chair, is that she says I must go to 155, and which is fine. And I also see that what is here is what I've addressed, but I want to say 152. A case against me was indeed investigated by the Hawks under case number 415 of 6/2022 in relation to the allegations of fraud for the procurement of TSCM equipment. On 12 August 2022, I authored a letter to General Masemola notifying him of this investigation and requesting him to assist me in having the investigation expedited, as I believe seemed to be malicious and an attempt to malign my reputation. A copy of this letter is attached here to us, marked as SS 26. The Director of Public Prosecution declined to prosecute. Now, when you read, and I wanted to read this SS 26 into the matter, you will understand why I'm saying it's SS 26.
Three of 10, General. File 3 of 10.
3 of 10. You have it. 3 of 10, I've got it.
432.
Right. This is the letter that I wrote on the 12th of August 2022. I think it was before I even came back to the police.
You say you came back in July.
No, I came back in July. This one is
in
August 2022. I don't know. Yes, but I wrote this letter to the national head, to the National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Masemola, and I also wrote it to National Head, Lieutenant General G.S. Lebeya of the DPCI. Request for intervention, Hillbrook case 415, and the allegations of fraud, procurement of technical surveillance countermeasure equipment, TSCM, City of Joburg. Now, this letter, it contains a lot of the information that I spoke about, and then I was talking about investigations undertaken that led to these charges against me, because I investigated a lot of people there. Some of them affected the then city manager, and who also then took away my powers. I went to court, and the powers reinstated my powers. But of importance, what I wanted to say is that the people that I investigated were the ones who were now taking my powers. But why I wrote a letter to the National Commissioner, the point of concern, I'm going to only focus on the point of concern. Say, corrupt individuals within the city of Joburg are using members of the police service to conduct investigation to put me under scrutiny. Despite being cleared by the SSA and Moody and Robertson report, I was told by Major General Kadwa that the SSA is not the alpha and omega upon inquiring about the progress made in the investigation. It is common cause that this is a political matter and not a clear-cut administrative investigation process. Police are failing to run with the matter and deal with it for what it is, but simply fighting and creating more confusion. This cannot be allowed to continue. All the efforts to make a conclusive finding that determines any wrongdoing on my part has not been finalized to date. However, there seems to be a concerted effort aimed at still pushing this matter for further investigation, and it is unclear as to what the motive or at least the intent is in this respect. Mr. Mesuli Mlandu is making all manner of spurious allegations and working with a rogue city and some police officials who to sow the seeds of doubt against my clearance on the allegations. All these actions are attempts to cast aspersions on my integrity, both in the SAPS, the city of Joburg, nationally and internationally. The investigation conducted by the Hawks is progressing at a snail's pace when the SSA, Moody and Robertson investigation reports are available for perusal. The last one says, the matter is worrying in that it is being politicized and used as a tool for distraction. There is clearly no wrongdoing from my side. This is just an intent to investigate even other parts of my life by using the investigation as an entry point, and I find this to be extremely unfair. These allegations in the main are directed at creating an impression that I have procured and used alleged spy equipment against people of interest. My credibility and integrity are being put into question unnecessarily. The reason why I'm saying this, Chair, is that in the police, when, let's say, for instance, you have applied for a position, or they don't want you to get to that point, they make allegations and they will open a case and say, we are running an investigation, we are investigating, and they will keep it. That is why you will hear, I've been under investigation since I came back into the police. I have other documents that were given to me where they said we were looking into you, we were investigating you, we found nothing. But since I came back, you will hear crime intelligence saying, no, the investigation is at an advanced stage. We are still investigating. I've been under investigation for a very long time, even to date, and I know I'm being investigated. But as early as last year, early January, I was told by a journalist who said, we are being asked to run a narrative or about your imminent arrest because so we want your side of the story. Are you involved with drug cartels? Since as early as last year, are you involved with drug cartels? Are you involved in drugs? I don't know if I look like someone who's involved in drugs, commissioners, but I've never been involved in drugs. I don't work with drug cartels. If there's any voice, any role I've played, it's okay. I will be charged. But at this point in time, my worry is when an investigation is being kept and saying we are investigating, and it's getting nowhere. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, General. Ms. Hasim, Ms. Gillian, we are thinking of taking a 5-minute break, come back and sit until 5. Would that be fine?
That's fine with me, Chair.
We're also available, thank you, Chair.
All right. Let's adjourn and come back at 8 minutes past. Let's adjourn.
It seems that the relief is taking a few more minutes.
Completeness or reliability. Any attempt to rely on these alleged messages as evidence against me is therefore misleading and unfair, as it attributes to me statements and discussions in which I played into part no part whatsoever. Other inconsistencies noted in General Mkhonazi's evidence. Another challenging aspect is that the evidence of General Mkhonazi raises material concerns in my view. It is notable that he did not inform this commission that there had been an attempt to return the docket to KwaZulu-Natal, which he refused to accept. The fact only emerged during the ad hoc committee proceedings, and even then, only after I had mentioned it, because this is how I corrected. Here he says only after he was expressly prompted. I expressed it there. It was not information that he volunteered to this commission. This omission is difficult to ignore and warrant scrutiny. In his press briefing held on 6 July, General Mkhonazi stated that during 2024, he received a request from the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit to provide assistance in an investigation aimed at dismantling an organized crime syndicate. According
Car won't start. No good morning. She never says good morning.
Client meeting. Can you dial in?
Tell me, when last did you service this car?
Can you make it cover me empty beam? Champagne emoji.
Clinky. Jim, tonight, tell me.
We got you. Because we get you. With 24/7 assistance from First for Women. Her first, then her everything.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
After registering a counterintelligence case, requested law enforcement support from outside the Gauteng province. According to this version, the purpose of the deployment was to ensure that the investigation Gauteng organization was protected. The divergence between General Mkhwanazi's public statement of 6 July 2025 and his own statement before this commission on 17 September 2025 raises a material issue regarding the reliability of his account. It is possible that the version presented by General Mkhwanazi before this commission was influenced by the fact that following his press briefing of 6 July 2025, Brigadier Hopani, the provincial head of organized crime for Gauteng, categorically denied that she had requested any form of assistance from General Mkhwanazi. In that context, the later version attributing the request to General Khumalo and to a counterintelligence investigation may have been advanced to address or explain that denial. These are the peripheral issues. The inconsistencies necessarily bears on the credibility and weight to be attached to his evidence and underscores the need for the Commission to assess the evidence with a particular care and to evaluate the consistency, reliability, and corroboration of the version presented. Now I'm getting to allegations made by the National Commissioner. I now proceed to address and canvass the allegations made by the National Commissioner during his testimony before the Commission from 22nd September 2023, 22 September to 23 September 2025. I address these allegations thematically. First, begin by dealing with the allegations concerning my purported relationship with Mr. Madlanga. Secondly, I address the investigation into the kidnapping of Jerry Boshoga. Thirdly, I deal with the National Commissioner's points of contention. Allegations concerning my purported relationship with Madlanga. The National Commissioner alleges that it was indicated to him that I am close friends with Mr. Madlanga. I vehemently deny that I am or have ever been a close friend of Madlanga. Any assertion to that effect is false. No credible evidence has been produced to establish that I am friends with Madlanga. In actual fact, I was introduced to Madlanga as a service provider of the South African Police Service. He is known in the subs because he was at that time running a hospital of the South African Police Service at the college. He was awarded a healthcare contract at the police college. During or about January 2024, when I was acting National Commissioner, Madlanga set up an appointment to visit me at my office with his attorney. On his visit, Madlanga was indeed accompanied by his attorney. Madlanga complained that he had been awarded the tender but was not allowed to use the facility and thus not able to deliver in terms of the tender agreement. Madlanga also had a letter from Public Works.
Sorry to interrupt you, General. A question of clarity. When you say he complained that he'd been awarded the tender, was not allowed to use the facility, which tender are you referring to? Is it the Medicare 24?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, you may continue. You were at Madlanga also had a letter from Public Works.
Madlanga also had a letter from Public Works which confirmed that he received a lease agreement to utilize the said building. I informed him that I would discuss the matter with the National Commissioner upon his return. I consulted with the National Commissioner on the issue upon his return to the office. His response was that Public Works was not going to tell SAPS how to utilize the building. The National Commissioner asserted that Madlanga was not going to be allowed into the building. The tender nevertheless continued until May 2025. At this juncture, my involvement was limited to providing feedback to Madlanga on my interaction with the National Commissioner pertaining to his complaint, which I duly did. Paragraph 165, I reiterate that I had no prior knowledge of nor a relationship with Madlanga before the meeting held at my office. The suggestion that I am a close friend of Madlanga is untenable, given that I only met him for the first time in January 2024.
Can I just understand that last part where you say the suggestion that I'm a close friend is untenable, given that I only met him for the first time in January 2024? Does this mean, and maybe let me ask my question, beyond January 2024, did a friendship develop or not?
We didn't develop a friendship, but we have interacted. And not to a level or to a point where I could say we were now friends. But because of the fact that at that point in time, he was really not under investigation nor under scrutiny, like the minister, former Minister Begitela said at the ad hoc, the eyes then that looked at Madlanga are not the eyes that look at him now. At that point in time, there was nothing, but it doesn't mean that he became my friend. We were never friends.
You were never friends?
No.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
The investigation into the kidnapping of Jerry Boshoga. The National Commissioner alleged that concerns were raised with him regarding my purported relationship with Madlanga, as well as apprehensions regarding my continued oversight of the investigation into the kidnapping of Jerry Boshoga. Notwithstanding these allegations, these alleged concerns, the National Commissioner did not at any stage remove me from the investigation. To the contrary, I continued to lead and perform investigative functions in respect of the kidnapping of Jerry Boshoga matter up to date, on which I was instructed to stay at home. I further wish to place on record that my involvement in the investigation of this matter came about as a result of a family member of Jerry Boshoga approaching me directly. The said family member expressed concern that the team then assigned to investigate the kidnapping was not affording the matter sufficient attention. In that context, the family member requested that I specifically become involved in the investigation, and the matter was entrusted to me on that basis. I need to take time and explain this matter of Jerry Boshoga. Chair, this matter was reported, the timelines I will get in the report in terms of when, the date, but what happened, it was reported and investigated by Gauteng. And then it was investigated, but not much attention was being given to the matter. Then a family member...
When you say by Gauteng, who exactly are you referring to?
I think it's Gauteng Organized Crime. And then the family member, who is a director at the, works in government at the presidency, the Union Building. He's a family member, he's a brother-in-law of Mr. Boshoga. I think he's a brother to the sister. Came to my office. I've got his name, I've got his contact details. And for the commission maybe to also maybe confirm the facts, so the investigators sit with him and confirm the facts. He came to my office complaining about the fact that Mr. Boshoga has been kidnapped for far too long and it looked like they're not enjoying much support. What I then did, I called all the structures. I called for the docket in Gauteng. I called intelligence investigators, those that were involved, and also I put a bigger team together. We were all sitting in my office in the boardroom, and I said, guys, we can't fail to deal with this matter, what is going on. And then all of them, they contributed, and then they started running with the investigation. We appointed a sergeant, I think Shihangule, and another colonel to lead the investigation. There's a report of what they are doing. I want to make a request, special request. Chair, I've never called any witness. I'm the only person, after so many allegations made against me by different people. In this one, I just want to ask the commission to just summon or call and come with a docket. Either Sergeant Shihangule or the Colonel Mashabela, who's investigating this matter. Because the matter was not receiving attention at all. Since they investigated, the family was happy, completely happy. And may I also indicate that there's no any other person, senior, who's been involved in this matter than I have been, who pushed for this investigation more than I have done. And I'll tell you why. We have had, together with the minister, a meeting with the DPCI investigators. Now, this is a team that is able to trace a person without only looking at the phone and the SIM card, but whether you are on Wi-Fi or whatever. I expressed my dissatisfaction about this matter and invited their support. At the police summit, I was one of the speakers. I raised that, and I said at the police summit, I said, as a country, it is very worrying that a matter like this we are not able to resolve, where a person has been kidnapped for so long and we are unable to trace. We've got technology and we've got everything. At some point, the minister called the service providers to his office at his residential. With all the service providers for the communication, different. I raised the matter and say, everybody uses communication. Why are we not able to put all the resources that we want, that we have to trace this person? I went out of my way to make sure that this person gets traced. Now, my request is that the team that is investigating, Chair, if one of them could just come and say, this is what we've been doing, look at the docket before we got it, and what investigations we ran up until the docket, up until we were called. This thing that the National Commissioner received a complaint that I'm a friend to Ket Matlala, I don't know where it comes from. But
General, when did you put this team together? I don't know if you mentioned the date. You had said you'd called a meeting and then you formed the team. When was that?
After the same day the brother came to my office, I called a big team in the room, including intelligence themselves.
I understand. I'm asking, when was that? The date?
It's like I was saying, I don't have it here. I'll provide the date.
Sure.
Because they all came in my office when the date. It will be in the investigation diary of the docket when everything started. But the report I have, I will get the report. I have it somewhere, but I'll show it first thing in the morning and say, yes, that report that I spoke about. So that it is clear that they conducted the investigation, even when I heard the National Commissioner saying that he was also approached by a Calvin Rafadi, who told him that General Sibiya is Ket Matala's friend and cannot investigate this matter. Now, the investigation team were working hand in hand with the parent, with the mother, and they were very happy. Even when the team, they attempted to take the docket away from them, even General Sintumula, apparently they went to try and speak to the mother so that the team can be changed. The mother refused. Even when one of the generals, I think it was General Mkwanazi, saying that they spoke to the General Kumalo, saying that they spoke to the mother and the mother was complaining, and it is not true. I am asking the commission to just call the investigators to come with a docket as well and to demonstrate to this commission which team investigated this thing and made more investigation, because the team has been everywhere, even to Limpopo. They turned every stone. They followed all the leads. Even they worked with the family. Whatever information the family produced, at some point people were traced. I know of some colors that were traced, and some of them ran away. Some of them ended up being arrested for something else. But there were people traced. All I want to ask is that the commission should summon the investigating officer, because this matter was investigated thoroughly. The PKTT was never involved, not even once. Not even once. But be that as it may, I just want to say, Commissioner, my request, special request, please let this investigation serve as an example and put here to go through it and see who worked, who did the job, and who didn't do the job. That's all.
I thought I heard you mention the race of some of the people that were arrested.
Yeah, there
Am
was.
I correct? You don't need to repeat that. At the end of Mr. Makagula's evidence, I had prepared a very long note in which I wanted to comment on the fixation within the police structures to refer to the races of people. I never understand that, especially if race is totally irrelevant to what the person is saying or writing. It's a hang-up from the apartheid days, where even judges would write in judgments, A, B, C, D, a Bantu male did this and that and that, when being a so-called Bantu is totally irrelevant to what's being said. I noticed that in particular with police officers. I don't know why that remains with police officers. Anyway, please continue.
May I apologize, Chair, and to the people of South Africa if what I said maybe or may have caused some uncomfortability. It just came the way it came. I apologize, Chair.
Please continue.
Yes.
General, before you continue, you say that General Masemula's evidence that Mr. Bushoka's mother approached him and expressed unhappiness with your involvement. Similarly, General Kumalo's statement that the mother has expressed unhappiness, and you said that is not true, and you say it very firmly. Do you say it is not true because you have spoken to Mr. Bushoka's mother, and so you know that she never expressed that kind of unhappiness with your involvement?
Personally, I've never spoken to Mr. Bushoka's mother, and most probably I may not be in a position to say it is not true that the National Commissioner spoke to the mother, but my investigators, the one that are involved, told me that we're working well with the mother and she's happy. In fact, she said to me, I said to the family, if you are not happy with me being in on this case, I'm prepared to give it. And then the mother said, no, keep it.
Okay, so you're saying what General Masemula and Generals Kumalo and Masemula have said is not true because your investigators have said to you the mother is happy with the work that they do.
That's correct.
Is that your basis? Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
It is my request as well, Chair, that they should come and corroborate what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Okay, paragraph 169.
To the best of my knowledge, the team that I put together when I was leading the investigation into the kidnapping of Jerry Bushoka continued to investigate this case until just recently in December 2025 when the docket was taken away from this team. But all along, the docket was with the team. Even when those allegations were made, the docket continued to be with the team. This conduct is irreconcilable with the suggestion that any genuine or substantiated concern existed regarding my suitability to oversee the investigation. If there were genuine concerns regarding my involvement in the investigation, it begs the question why no steps were taken at that time to remove me from the same. Now, allow me, Chair, to give this example. We had a journalist that was kidnapped at Mpumalanga, Kwamhlanga, with his wife. And then the matter was being investigated by organized crime, Gauteng. I got contacted by the journalist. One journalist said to me, General, our colleague has been kidnapped and it's quite a number of days now and nothing is happening. We were advised to approach you so that maybe you can put more energy and more effort. It was on a Saturday. I called for a meeting for a Sunday morning in Mamelodi police station. The investigating officer came with a docket. I brought another intelligence, a bigger team, including there was a private investigator, Mr. Calvin Rafadi. The same Rafadi, he was there because he's the one who was initially involved in the investigation. He's the one who was guiding us because we found him there. He gave us background and all the groundwork that he has done. And when we listened to him, it was assisting and giving us some leads. And from there, as the South African Police Service, we took over. I personally I went onto the ground myself. I spent the whole week in the bush looking for the investigating up until we traced. We arrested people and we found the bodies. Now, I just want to say it's typical in the work that I do as the head of investigations. When something big happened, it hits against my chest if you are unable to resolve that particular matter. The same applies to your Lusikisiki 18 murders. I'm just giving that example. I had to go on the ground up until we arrested everybody. So involving myself into the Rafadi, into the Jeribo Shoha matter is part of my responsibilities. It's not only the only kidnapping that I resolved. There's been some other, I don't know whether to say it, Judge, Chairperson, nationality of Indian origin, where the children were kidnapped. I got involved, and the children, when they were found, I was called, stood in front of them for the parents to thank me for my involvement. So I just want to say, I get involved in lots because of it's my work, and then I have to take the lead. It's not because of I'm getting involved because it's a Mr. Matala or want to protect somebody. Let me end it there. Go to paragraph.
Can you go to 171? That will conclude your point on Jerry Boshoka, and then we can move on.
Equally, it remains unexplained why the investigative team that I constituted was permitted to continue running the investigation until very recently. The absence of any intervention is inconsistent with the belated concern now raised and undermines the suggestion that my involvement was regarded as at the time as improper or prejudicial to the investigation. Now, the National Commissioner's point of contention. In his witness statement, the National Commissioner contends that upon my appointment as Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection in June 2023, 3 points of contention purportedly arose almost immediately, suggesting that what he characterized as a deeper operational complexities. I address each of these alleged points of contention in the paragraphs that follow. The first alleged point of contention is said to arise from what General Masemola characterized as my purported strong desire to assume direct control of the cold case unit, which he claims has historically reported to the Office of the National Commissioner. When you look at the structure of the cold case unit, the previous structure that was signed by the previous National Commissioner, Ketla Sitole, it reported to the detectives. When you read the structure that is signed by the National Commissioner himself, the structure, the cold case unit, reports to the Deputy National Commissioner, to the Divisional Commissioner, who reports to the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection. It's not reporting to the National Commissioner. We all, in any event, report to the National Commissioner, but what I mean is that it reports to the Deputy National Commissioner. So for me, to want to get involved in the inspection, I want to know where this head is. I want to know how many doggers are there and are they being inspected. It's my job. The second one is, now I want to refer to page 439 to 444. I don't know, it's of the same document. The National Commissioner was not being truthful. Please refer to the structure. Now, I want to refer to the structure of the police that shows exactly that this political killing task team, who it reports to, and that he himself, he signed the same structure that shows that the political killing task team report to me.
File 3, General 445.
File 3.
File 3 of 10, 445. Not very clear, but I think that's the one you're referring to. Is there a better copy?
Yes, we've got a better copy. What I wanted to just submit. There's a more clearer picture because these things are very much important.
But that is the structure you are looking for.
That is one of them. It's one of them because I wanted the one that was in fact approved by himself. That shows that in his own structure, it reports to
that one. Oh.
In the same document on 449.
449.
Because this one is approved by General Masemola on the 13th of May.
I'll work with this one. Commissioners is the one that was approved now by the National Commissioner on the 15th of May,
yes,
2025. And then look at on the right-hand side, where you see support shared services. Below support shared service section head anti-corruption. Then below that one, do you see the court case and forensic investigation somewhere there? Commissioners?
Yes, yes. So it's the third block.
Yes.
So the first block is shared services. The second block is section head anti-corruption. And then the third block is primary investigation service, including cold case.
Cold case. It reports to the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. Now, it worries me when the National Commissioner say one of the issues, bone of contention that is my strong desire to assume direct cold case unit. And what worries me more, painfully so, is that he then says, because the cold case unit is where the Senzo Meiwa case is. I don't know what the National Commissioner was insinuating by so saying, but at this point in time, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go to the next bone of contention. If ever I have to address that part, why he mentioned the Senzo Meiwa matter, I'll get there when there's a need.
Well, General, maybe before you proceed, this structure that we are looking at, 449, that's in 2025. It's approved in 2025. So that doesn't tell us anything about the point that the National Commissioner was making, rightly or wrongly. What he was saying, as understood his evidence, was at the time of your appointment as Deputy National Commissioner, you curiously, according to him, became interested in getting the cold case unit to report to you. So we would need to see an older structure that was applicable at the time that you were appointed. If you can't do it now, you can do it tomorrow. I see that these pages are quite difficult to look at.
It's very easy, Commissioners. I do have the structure, even the previous one or the previous National Commissioner, but I have a document that I intend to produce, speak to, that addresses business case submission to improve the performance of the detective service in accordance with the SAP's annual performance plan. Now, in this document, I wrote a document, and I don't know, my legal team is here. They sometimes query me and say, you talk too much, or you run ahead of yourself. At this point in time, business case submission to improve the performance of the detectives. It is that document where I say docket allocated to various investigation units, but I want to read this document. At some point, the Commission will not have...
Have you provided that to us?
No. We have provided it, but it doesn't have this other list. And
is it not complete?
Yes. You would get a page like this.
Ms. Killian, are you able to assist us? Please.
General, I think while Ms. Killian is still trying to find that page, you may, in the meantime, want to look at page 447 of that same bundle where we were looking at 449. If you look at 447, what does that tell us? I know it's barely legible. Is that helpful?
There is reference to cold cases.
This is in 2022, approved by General Sitole. And if you look at that extreme left block, you will see it has National Commissioner, it has something that is not legible, then another one, and then it has Cold Case Investigation Unit. Does that help at all?
Yes. What I can say, Commissioners, is that the Cold Case Unit, even when I just got employed as the organized crime component head, reported to me as even the budget as we speak now, as we speak, it was with organized crime component head of the cold case. So I was expected to actually sign the performance contract with the cold case unit myself. And it was very difficult because when I called the person who supposed to report to me was not able to come. So you were in charge of all others, but there is this one that you don't know where he is. And when you say, but where are you? Can you come close? Say, no, I can only come here with the National Commissioner, maybe in his presence, because he felt that the National Commissioner said he must report to him. But at the same time, the National Commissioner said to me, no, he reports to you, but he will also report to me. Now, I want to bring a clearer structure from generals that I see from General Secretary, that I know that this one was actually, the cold case unit was actually falling under detectives and under organized crime. Mar, the main reason what I want to just point out, Commissioner, is that when I talk about the business unit to improve performance of the detectives, you will see where I'm coming from, and then why was it necessary that I also get to know those dockets and where they are. Because I wasn't only doing it with the cold case unit. I wanted to know. I have dockets that are, they have old Scorpions dockets that are with the DPCI that have been closed. Where are they? Because the system remains open. We have dockets that are with IPIT. They are closed. The system remains open. I have dockets that are within crime intelligence. The system remains open. They are closed. So now, what I did is I crafted a document which the National Commissioner ultimately approved. That was crafted by me.
That is
that page?
That is the document I think I was asking.
If I may assist, thank you, Chair. Page 458, Annex SS 29.
Thank you, Ms. Killian.
It will assist commissioners if I really read this thing, because it leads also to an argument where we say there's a paragraph in, let's say, there's a paragraph in page 3 of the same document, paragraph 3.5.1, dockets allocated to various investigations environment. Now, I say the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is the custodian of all case dockets within the SAPS. However, there are case dockets that are investigated by other environments for whom the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection has no control over, whilst he must account for such docket. These dockets are taken into account when the performance of the detective is being measured. Now, why I'm reading this thing specifically is that I was breaking down to say in the following respective environments. I don't know, because I want to read this thing, Commissioner, it's 3 pages. I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to, or I must just speak to it, but it is important because it illustrates what the National Commissioner approved, because when I go to the recommendations, the National Commissioner approved 6.11 approved, 6.12 not approved for counterintelligence, for me to have the docket of counterintelligence. Approved for POP and ORS, 6.13 approved, that POE detectives to report directly to Detective Directorate, liaise with OD, 6.14 approved, 6.15 requires expansion.
General, I think what you are concerned with is the cold cases, dockets, or investigations. Why don't you just refer us to where it says, here's General Masemula's approval, that this should fall under me?
Okay, Chair, I showed a structure that he approved that says it falls under divisional commissioner who reports to Deputy National Commissioner. It was previously when I joined, it was reporting to me as a component head of, and then I'll produce that structure tomorrow morning. I do have that structure, but maybe I should enter
Yeah,
there.
you see, now you are referring to figures. This number approved, that number approved. That's very confusing to me. I don't know about everybody else. So that's why I wanted you to just zoom in on what's relevant to cold cases.
What I was trying to refer to here, Chair, without wasting the Chair's time, was that I wrote a document that seeks to account for all the dockets that are in the country in respective environment. And I said there are a number of dockets in respective environment, whether you're talking cold case section, whether you're talking IPIT, whether you're talking all the different, whether you're talking intelligence. Now, all those dockets, when I look at the fact that I have to account and say, why do we have dockets that are 15 years old? Where are these dockets? Are they closed? Are they open? Because this is what improves performance of the detectives. In the absence of these dockets and the system being updated, the detectives remain not performing. Now, my job was to say, wherever there are dockets, even in uniform, where they are not supposed to be having dockets, they have dockets. Even when you have dockets in at OR Tambo, ORS is uniform, but they have dockets. They are investigating dockets. Where are those dockets? Now, it is my job to seek to know where the dockets are, including the cold case dockets. If they have many dockets, where are they? Those that have been closed, and why some of them are more than, let's say, 10 years or such.
General, can you just show us where on SS 29 that is the point you're trying to make, as I understand it, is that it is appropriate for you to call for the dockets from the cold case unit? Can you, that's the point you're trying to make, that it falls within your ambit, your jurisdiction?
No, what I'm trying to say, not to call for the docket. I've never called for the dockets from the court case unit. But I want to know, firstly, if we say you, as a court case unit head, you report to us, we must have you, we must see you, we must have a performance contract with you, we must know where you are, you must account, we must know how many dockets you have and what are you doing with those dockets, how far are they. You must see progress so that we can account for your work as well.
I see.
And they report to the detective. Even when I came back, I was told they reporting to me.
Okay, so on SS 29, you've introduced this document to show that the cold case unit falls under your structure.
Yes.
So if you could just refer us to the exact paragraph or page of SS 29. There's no need to read it into the record, all of the pages. It's quite long.
What is the evidence that you are saying?
Where on SS 29 does it show us, because this is why you've introduced it, to show that the cold case unit falls under you. You have oversight of the cold case units, correct?
Yes.
Right, so if you could just point us to exactly where on SS 29, and then the point is made and we can move on.
In amplification of the above, I attach here to marked SS 29 an information note referred to 26 of 1 prepared by Divisional Commissioner Detective and Forensic Service General Sintumule and approved by me, which was addressed to General Masemola regarding the improvement of detectives' service performance in accordance with the SAP's annual performance plan. Page 458. This is what I wrote here, page 458. I don't know for which environment, for which file, 458. But as is apparent in the document, the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection is the custodian of all the case dockets within the SAPs. The information note expressly records the operational challenges that arises when case dockets are investigated within other environments over which the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection has no managerial oversight, while still being held accountable for the performance outcome associated with those dockets. It further confirmed that such dockets are included when detective service performance is measured, thereby reinforcing the necessity for investigative accountability to reside within the crime detection environment.
General, at page 474, paragraph 356, there's mention of cold case. Is that helpful to the point you want to make? Four seven four.
Capacitation in line with approved fixed establishment specialized unit. On 9 June 2021, the then National Commissioner General Sitole approved and signed a fixed establishment for the following new business units: murder and robbery unit, taxi violence, organized crime, including the court case. Yes, it's also helpful. It shows because this is the detective environment as well. All of this, including murder and robbery, anti-gang, these are that report to the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, including court case.
Thank you.
Should I proceed?
You can proceed with your statement.
It's 5 p.m. Perhaps let's stop here. Ms. Killian, may I request that you please assist in ensuring that we get legible copies of SS28, the whole of that. And we do see references to cold cases, but we can't quite see the line of reporting at some of the pages.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you. Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Advocate Maema.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Advocate Chauke, good morning. Advocate Maema, you proceed with your evidence under oath.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Advocate Baitori.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in the last 5 minutes, there has been some progress because what has been in dispute has now been accepted that is no longer in dispute about the contents of the dockets that have been analyzed. We analyzed 7 yesterday. We had to make a decision whether to analyze more. My learned friend tells me that they will not be placing that material in dispute anymore. But perhaps he should speak for himself.
Advocate Mchene,
Yeah, Madam,
on behalf of the evidence leaders.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have discussed it with Advocate Mhlamayane, and Madam Chair, we will not be disputing the contents of the dockets, those that have been analyzed and those that have not been analyzed. We accept that the contents of those documents are as they are, and the panel can take notice of them.
Do not know whether the NPA team would like to say anything. Please come forward to, you can borrow us that moving mic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're saying that not at this stage.
What do you mean, not at this stage?
That the dockets that are remaining would be contested.
You need to make up your mind, because it will make it difficult for them to make an assessment whether it is important to proceed with the remaining part of the dockets, particularly because they may plan to deal with the different matter, and this witness may be excused sooner than we had anticipated.
As of yesterday afternoon, the discussion with the evidence leaders was that perhaps they should request a list of issues that the Advocate Chauke's team intended to lead evidence on, so that the team can decide whether they would need to have that proceeded with, or that they accept the contents as they are and they will not dispute anything in relation thereto. So when the discussions were made, there was no indication whether there will be an agreement on that aspect. So matters were left at that.
Were you part of the discussion 5 minutes ago?
No, I was not part of the discussion 5 minutes ago.
Yes, I appreciate that your senior Advocate Halley is not here.
Yes.
I'm just affording you this opportunity because you are representing the NPA, and it doesn't appear to me that there can really be any dispute, because the dockets are what they are as they stand, unless of course you're going to call evidence to the contrary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unless perhaps I get just quick instructions from my senior and client. But as I say, the indication was that at least if we get pointers of issues that they still needed to lead evidence on, and the team would decide whether they want to accept and admit the evidence as it is.
Can I just check? You do have copies of the dockets?
Yes. Yes.
And we got the dockets from NPA?
Yes, yes.
Obviously, you would have gone through them.
Yes.
And you would have identified issues that you dispute from the dockets.
Yes.
So maybe instead of having the Chauke team that is now in the process of leading evidence, having to make time to write down all the issues that they intend to lead, because obviously if they have 28 dockets, they would intend to lead evidence on 28 dockets. But it would be better if the NPA were to say in docket, in count, docket number, case, whatever, we dispute 1, 2, 3. And yeah, because the documents are yours, they come from you. So you should know them better than us. I take it, maybe it would be better if you were to still persist that you are going to oppose some of the issues. Maybe you should just alert the Chauke team so that they deal with it, and we obviate the need to have to recall a witness or to have to revisit any evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, my sister. Yes, I agree. And but for now, we will proceed on the basis of your for now.
Yes.
With the view that you will revert. You understand why we are here.
Yes, I do, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that if we can proceed on the basis that at this stage at least there is no indication on what we are going to need further evidence to be led on, and be allowed later on to indicate.
The affidavit of Mr. Maema is in front of you.
Yes.
You know exactly what he's saying about those dockets.
Yes.
If there's any issue that arises from those aspects that he's raising in his affidavit, which we now have, all of us have read, you should be in a better position to say to Advocate Nkwaitobi, we will dispute this and that, so that then he can focus.
That is so, Madam Chair. We will do that.
Yes, thank you. Advocate Nkwaitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Advocate Maema, good morning. We will.
Let me remind him that he is under oath. I beg your pardon, Advocate Nkwaitobi. Counsel, you are still under oath.
That is correct, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will
Good morning,
skip.
Chairperson.
Yes, we will skip everything from the last case that we dealt with, which was the case of Peggy Temba, to paragraph 345.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes, the heading there is legal framework for racketeering.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, there are a number of concepts that one needs to dissect in dealing with the concept of racketeering. The first one is the concept of an enterprise.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Can you explain why you believed the Ketumano unit qualifies as an enterprise under the poker legislation?
Chairperson, the concept of an enterprise, I deal with it on page 1-86, paragraph 350.3. An enterprise in terms of the poker legislation is defined to include any individual partnership, corporation, association, or other juristic person or legal entity, and any union or group of individuals associated in fact, although not a juristic person or a legal entity. So the enterprise is that common vehicle through which all the offenses are committed, but it is the members of the enterprise might differ from incident to incident, but the fact is the enterprise advances the objectives of the enterprise.
Yes. Now, there is also an associated topic around the concept of an enterprise, which is whether or not it's necessary in law to qualify as an enterprise, that it must be performing illegal or unlawful acts. Remember that the finding made by the DeKok panel is that Ketomano is not an enterprise because it was established for lawful purposes.
Well, Chairperson, you find an institution established for lawful purposes, which is just a cover. But when in fact there are...
Inside the enterprise.
Yes.
And how do you decide who is inside the enterprise? Can you explain to the panel how is that exercise to be undertaken?
Well, you look at the day-to-day activities of the enterprise. Like you say, Council, the members of the enterprise on any given incident might be different. But whenever an individual participates in the activities of an enterprise and advances the objectives of the enterprise, then he associates in fact with the enterprise.
Yes.
So you can charge him as part of the enterprise.
Yes. Thank you. Now, just to apply then these concepts of an enterprise to Ketomano specifically, can you help us with that?
Chairperson, we as a team, as a prosecution team, my team, together with the police, the DPCI, and IPED, as well as Advocate Musing from National Office. We spent, I think, almost a week debating this issue of an enterprise. When one looks at the provincial organized crime, we thought, particularly because of the involvement of General Johan Boysen at provincial level, we thought, could the entire provincial organized crime be an enterprise? But when you looked at the role of Colonel Aya, who was then removed, and then Boysen comes down from province to assume the position of Aya, and the serious violent crime section of Ketomena is the one that conducts all these activities. Then we concluded that the serious violent crime section in Ketomena is actually the enterprise. And because Johan Boysen managed their activities, supported them, and made sure of their continuity, we then settled for serious violent crime based at Ketomena as the enterprise.
Yes. So the one way of looking at it, so what happens, for instance, there are some sins that I've noticed here where the members of the National Intervention Unit come and play a role.
That is correct.
Yes. And then there are also some scenes where you'll find a member from, we looked at one 2 days ago, from Kranskop, comes to the scene, and then Ketomano comes and they remove them.
Yes.
So although you've got in total 28 of these incidents,
yes.
23 of the incidents, 28 deceased, it expands and contracts by the addition of people from outside of Ketomano.
That is correct.
Just explain that. How does one deal with that?
You see, for one to be part of the enterprise, you must participate in two or more incidents. So in some of the incidents, we find one or two who participates in one or two. But we to be charged with 21E or 21F, we needed a member of the enterprise to participate in more than one incident.
Yes.
Yeah. So those that we charged with 21E and 21F, we are convinced that they had a role in more than one incident.
No, we'll come to the participants
Oh.
because that's a different topic. I'm still trying to understand the enterprise itself, how you saw it. So you say that the inner core of this enterprise was the Serious and Violent Crime Unit of Ketuman.
That is correct.
Yes. And we know the members of that unit.
Yes.
But I'm saying sometimes if there is someone from outside of that unit.
Oh, now I get you. Yes. Who then comes?
Yes.
Then you look at the role of that person.
Yes.
And how the role of that person, what do you say, advances the objectives of the enterprise.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And if whatever role that he participated in advances the role of the enterprise, then you can charge him.
Yes. So, but how would you know that his participation? Because you see, if you said, listen, my enterprise is this group of people.
Yes.
Because they are pursuing a same object over a sustained period of time.
That is correct, yes.
But now there's someone from outside who comes in on one or two occasions. You say, well, that doesn't change the character of the enterprise.
That is true. Yes. So what you do is you then charge him with the role that he played, not in terms of 21E or 21F, but as you specifically include him in the incident where he was physically involved.
So that would not be a racketeering charge?
That would not be a racketeering charge, yes. It would be a predicate offense.
Because the racketeering charge requires that enterprise to be
That is
defined.
correct, yes.
So if you charge someone who came from NIU or NIT, it will be because they've committed murder?
Yes, they were present at the particular scene where one of the deceased was killed.
But not because they were in the racket?
Not that they were in the racket. That is correct, Chairman.
In that event, he could be charged under the common purpose principle.
That is correct, Chairman.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, all right. Is there anything you want to add on the definition of an enterprise and why you believed it applied to the Serious and Violent Crime Unit of Ketuman?
Chairperson, I think we have dealt with it, yes, sufficiently.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are further concepts that must also be dissected. The first one you deal with in 350.1, pattern of racketeering. Just explain the concept. We will deal later with how it applied to Ketuman.
Chairperson, in terms of Section 1, a pattern of racketeering activity is defined as the planned, ongoing, continuous, or repeated participation or involvement in any offense referred to in Schedule 1, and it includes at least two offenses referred to in Schedule 1, of which one offense occurred after the commencement of this Act, and the last offense occurred within 10 years, excluding any period of imprisonment after the commission of such a prior offense referred to in Schedule 1. So the pattern of racketeering activity would look at those the commonality in all the incidents. When you say, for instance, in Ketomena, one thing that is common in most of the incidents is raiding early morning when people are asleep, but predominantly one similar character in the manner of their conduct is planting of a firearm, placing a firearm at a place where the deceased is killed to create that threat impression. you'll remember at one of the incidents when they were in the Kumbi, Moster ran back to the Kumbi during the raid to go and get his Bombay, because the Bombay is an essential element of the pattern of racketeering activity.
You know,
After
I thought
the
of this
shooting,
word Bombay yesterday. In the townships, it's used to indicate something fake.
yes,
But in the villages, it's actually not Bombay, it's Mbai, which is a machine gun.
yes.
Anyway, I thought, so it's actually Mbai.
Yes, but you see the Ketomena guys refer to it as Bombay.
Yes.
Because what it signifies is a spook,
Yes.
something that was not there, but that is there.
Oh, I
So
see.
it wasn't there during the commission of the offense, but it just suddenly appears. So
it
they
was
make
used
it
properly
appear
as fake.
as fake. They make it
okay.
as fake. That's how we understood their concept of Bombay.
Okay,
to
so
me,
it's
yes.
the Bombay gun.
It's a Bombay
It's a
gun.
pretend gun.
Pretend, yes. It wasn't there, but it's there.
No, I understand. All right, but let's just come back then to this concept of a pattern. So you say there has to be a similarity in the activities of the group that is
Yes.
participating in the enterprise.
Yes.
And you've identified two similarities, but we'll come back to those. But I just want to come back to the words of the statute. So the first one is the planned.
Planned, yes.
Yes, let's just talk about that. What does that entail?
Well, planning it's a concept that we have in conspiracy. The coming together of individuals planning to achieve a particular objective. So there must be some coming together of minds. We come together and we plan and we say, this is what we hoping to achieve.
And why do you say that there was planning in respect of the SVC of Keetoman?
Chairperson, there was planning. They have to ensure that they have vehicles, they have equipment, they are able to execute, and yeah, there was a higher degree of planning in the activities of Keetoman.
Yes. And that's exhibited by the degree of organization in the way in which the executions took place.
That is correct. If you look at consistently most of the scenes, Eva would consistently be used to work on the scenes and to clean the scenes up. And there is a penetration team.
Yes.
Penetration team is those that get to the door, they knock, and we call them the scope and boboza. They break down the doors. Those are the experts. And we have one or two who are good in shootists, who excel in target shooting. If they want to shoot your ear, they will shoot your ear. If they want to shoot your fingers that are holding the gun on the holster, they will do that. So there's a particular plane, and there's particular individuals that are given specific roles that they must execute.
Yes. I mean, I suppose even the concept of planting a firearm, that's not a random thing.
It's not a random. It's part of the plane, because there you see Moster running back to the Kumbi. Underneath the driver's seat of the Kumbi, there's a bag containing firearms, and he picks one there and he goes to the scene and he throws it on the scene.
What about the identification of the targets to be executed? Is that part of the plan?
It is part of the plan, Chairperson. It started when they came back from Granscope. Yes. Because after Reddy was killed, there were two that were killed prior to Kongo.
Yes.
And after Kongo, they said, no, it's enough. We're not going to let criminals in case they then take over the province. We will deal with them, and we will deal with them decisively.
Yes.
So the plan started just after the killing of Soup Kongo. They said criminals are not going to take over in KZN. But it is right for the police to say criminals can't take over. Yes, but what do? You make sure that you collect evidence lawfully in terms of the Constitution. You present the evidence before court, and you convict the criminals.
Now, I mean, you've said twice that this began after the murder of Superintendent Choncho.
Yes.
There is the evidence of Mr. Danikas, who traces the events from 2001.
Far earlier, yes.
Yes. Which was one of the pieces of evidence in front of you. What do you make of that?
Chairperson, we looked at that evidence, and in terms of poker, it is similar fact evidence that you can lead that is admissible. So even incidents that happened before, although we have a period that we focus on, but you can refer to a previous incident, you can refer to a previous conviction. This is one of the instances where even a previous conviction is allowed to be disclosed before conviction.
No, but I'm saying in terms of when this conduct of Cato Manu began, when you say it began after the murder of Superintendent Choncho, there is a witness who actually traces it earlier than the murder of Superintendent Choncho. I understand the issue of similar facts. We can deal with that later, but
yes.
For now I just want to deal with your point that the planning to execute, which we are still dealing with the concept of planning, the planning to execute took place after the murder of Superintendent Choncho. How do you place that in the context of what Mr. Danikas is saying, that actually we had been torturing and killing suspects since 2001?
That is correct. Chairperson, I'm saying it started early, but the tip of the iceberg was the killing of Supcon. Because what happens when it was happening prior to 2008 at a snail pace. After the death of Supcon, you see it picking momentum, and it not only picking up momentum, also the vigor and the enthusiasm, the rigorousness increases.
Yes. Thank you very much. Then you have the second word. It's planned. It's also ongoing. What does that refer to? Ongoing.
Ongoing says it must be. It must happen over. It mustn't start and then starts. That characteristics denotes that it's something that takes place over a period of time.
Yes. So in other words, it's not one incident of a policeman killing a suspect, but it's several incidents.
Several unending incidents. Yes.
And then those words appear to be similar to continuous or repeated, which is also in the statute.
Yes.
Can you just explain what, I mean, because ongoing, continuous appear to be meaning the same thing, and repeated also seems to be meaning the same thing.
Yeah. Well, all that they denote is that it's like an object falling from the mountain. It just keeps on rolling. So it is incident after incident after incident. So they are continuous, repeated, ongoing. Yes.
Now I want to ask you here, because there are some findings made in the DICOC report which are in conflict with your approach. Finding one is that continuous means it must be unending into the future. So in other words, you can't say it was continuous between 2008 and 2011, which was the scope of your indictment. It must also be continuous beyond 2011, way into the future. Now, what do you say to that?
No, it is an incorrect analysis of the principles, because what would happen, although it is ongoing, continuous, and repeated, something will happen that will apply brakes to this object that is rolling down. If it hits a rock and gets stuck, or if the car that is going, the petrol finishes, then at some stage it comes to an end. But the mere coming to an end of an operation, that does not mean it disqualifies it from.
Yes.
Are
there also not
from the characteristics?
Yes, serious implications of their finding, which is if a person or a group of persons who constitute an enterprise commit acts of racketeering between 2005 and 2010 and they stop, maybe the leader of the enterprise is killed.
Yes.
The NPA then comes in 2011. On this concept that it must be continuous into the future, what would happen?
Then it would mean you disqualify yourself from dealing with that as an enterprise.
Yes.
So it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, is there anything to be added on the word repeated? We've dealt with continuous.
Repeated also, it's the same, over and over again, thing happening over and over again.
Is there anything you want to add on continuous, ongoing, and repeated in relation specifically to Cato Manu that you haven't said?
No, Chairperson. What we saw their conduct fitting the definition of a pattern of racketeering activity as defined in poker, and this was a debate that we had amongst deputies, among senior state advocates, amongst General Mabula, Mr. Engas. Although the concepts themselves are not very, the police do not speak this concept. Prosecutors also do not speak this concept. I can assure you that if you go to the management of NPA, where Mr. Chauke was part, and say, define some of these things, they will not be able to, because they are not people that are working day to day with this kind of things. The people that are working day to day are organized crime prosecutors within DPP offices.
Yes.
If I may, on that, it means finally